Hello there.
Good morning. All right, guys, good morning. Sorry it took me a second to get back to you. How are you this morning? I gotta turn this down some. It feels like it's really loud. How's the music in the back sound over the top of me today? Is it really loud? And good morning. How are you? I need to say hello to everyone in the chat. Hello. Hi. All of the things. Good morning. How is you? How is you? How is you? I'm doing good. It's one of those days. We're gonna go ahead and do the Mr. Rogers thing. I've got my camera on AI. I've got my cup of coffee. Me, Daddy, just here for that sweet John voice. Have you listened to us read before? Have you been here for the readings? Because you're in for a very special day if you haven't. Okay, so today we're reading episode 2. This is episode 2 of the Thursday War, and so here in about, I don't know, 10 minutes or so, we'll go through the spiel, and you'll get to hear me read for about 2 hours. Sometimes it's pretty good, sometimes it's terrible. I am a blubbering idiot when people die that I'm attached to. I cannot explain it at all. It is confusing how the emotion just flows from my soul. I don't feel like I'm an overly emotional guy. I think Nikki can attest to this. Like, I used to be like pretty chiseled and hardened, and now apparently I just cry all the time. I don't know. That's why I wear a helmet, so you can't see it. Anyway, it's a time of day where I tell you guys all about the things I gotta do. So I'm gonna change my hat. I don't want to because the Mariners are playing right now, and I feel like they need all of the. Good morning, Jimmy. I feel like they need all of the help they can get, and I'm somewhat of like um, a superstition dude, and so it's kind of like that, and I'm worried that they're gonna suffer if I take my hat off, but it's okay for the good of the stream. This is how we do this. It's a tradition. We put the Spartan jacket on. We do it right from the top every time. I have an update I want to cover before we get going. Yesterday we talked about the sandwich. I like the flannel, by the way. Thank you. This is a Fjallraven flannel, and I love it as well. I got it with the other one that I bought, that my wife bought me. She bought me that autumn colored one that you guys have seen me wear with my brighter colored Mariners hat. It's very like a Halloween or a Turkey Day colors. And anyway, we went to Poshmark because the medium was too tight for me, so I give it to Jack because they're slim fit. And the large was perfect, so we bought the large, and the lady sent this other one with it. So really cool. I love them. The flannels are like, this one, yeah, they're great. Anyway, the sandwich. Update on the sandwich. So yesterday, or a few days ago, we were told by Full Forge Cosplay in the evening during his stream that the sandwich was nerfed and completely removed from Small Holla and all of the things that were attached to it. Because what basically happened is that if you got to the ultimate Easter eggs, like if you unlocked, for instance, if you killed someone with the sandwich, if you dismounted the sandwich and killed someone with it, and hacked the terminal to open the rock face to get to the secret giant sandwich with the red gear on top. If you got that far, and then you found the portal inside the sandwich, you got to the frozen lake. And you guys all saw the frozen lake on the stream. The frozen lake was like several little icebergs. You could jump across the lake. If you touched the water, you were dead. If you jumped over back towards Small Holla, the map, you died. So it was very, very limited. But what happened was, with the bomb for neutral bomb and assault, because they added that mode, there was a condition where if you did all the things, you could take the bomb through the portal, and if you threw the bomb into the water or over the side, it would despawn and then not respawn. There was apparently no code to account for where the bomb respawns if it leaves the zones, I guess. It's the best way that I understand it. So instead of looking into the problem and putting in a blocker or looking into the problem and trying to fix it, they instead just removed the sandwich from that map, from that game, from all of the code from there. And that made me really sad because the sandwich has brought so many of us together as far as a community. Again, without the sandwich, I wouldn't have got a chance to meet Red Gear. Without Oakham, we wouldn't have known about the sandwich. Without Oakham, we wouldn't have Small Holla. So we were pretty upset about that. And we were fortunate enough to feature the Sandwich Rain live and all of those things. And what I can say is that Oakham was able to speak with someone on the 343 side through an email. And apparently they are going to at least attempt to work with Oakham to fix it so that we can at least have Sandwich Rain again. We won't get the giant sandwich or the glacier lake, but if we can get the sandwich and the Sandwich Rain back, that would still be really awesome. And I think that that's something to say on behalf of the 343 people, is that they may actually be trying. And this is proof of that, maybe. I'll keep you posted on the sandwich saga, and hopefully the sandwich comes back to the game real soon, because it's one of our favorite parts, for sure. I'm gonna go and put this where it belongs. It magnetizes to the electrical breaker panel. It's the coolest damn thing ever. I can never lose it if it's up there. All right, the Bronco is awesome. The more I learn about it, I found the user manual. It's not a paper manual. It is a manual that is buried in the brain of the Bronco itself, and you have to unlock it through the idiot box that they've supplied in the center of the dash. I mean, it's like an iPad, but not as cool. It's the head unit. It does all the radio and shit, but it's all touch screen. Anyway, it's pretty cool. I'm excited about that. It's pretty cool stuff. Trying to find out trying to remember where we quit. Yes, last time. I'll just go back a little bit. I'll go backwards just a little bit so that go back to where we left off. Okay, I think I found us. So just to give you all right, I have my jalapeno cheddar popcorn. I'm good to go. Hey, that's great. Well, here it goes, guys. As always. Oh, did you get back to me on how the sound is? The music today sounds extra loud to me. I just want to make sure that it's not too loud for you guys, that I can be heard easily over it. Crying is just fine. Well, thank you, Meat Daddy. I appreciate you. Remember the last time we left, well, I'll give you... I'm going to start doing this, maybe. Maybe this is a good idea, too. Not on our end. Okay, perfect. When we left the last time, Dr. Magnuson was talking to Jewel Umdomna in his cell through the I believe she was talking to him face to face at this point with a translator. And she was talking about getting him some grain, learning about what he can eat. Talk to him about his wife and how they don't, trying to get him to open up a little bit about where he is, where he was from, and about his wife. So we'll just start here at the end of the conversation again. That seems like the best place to start. So we might read a paragraph or so that overlaps from the time before, but that's okay. For everybody that's new here, like Meat Daddy, again, I'm Spartan John. This is the awesome We Read on Thursdays. Today we're reading the Thursday War. It's the second time we'll be reading this. It's by Karen Travis. It's the second book in the Kilo 5 trilogy. You can go back all the way to the beginning of Halo and start with us with Contact Harvest, I believe, was the first book that we read together. Man, it was cool. We've read the Fall of Reach. We've just continued all the way through until now, and we're going to continue all of the books in order until we get to the end. And then we'll read something else. I enjoy it, and it's one of our best days. Today we're at 1,288 follows on Twitch. We're at approximately 140 subs on YouTube. Thank you, YouTubers, for stopping by and struggle busting it through. I'm sorry. I try to see you when you type. You guys are the best. All right, guys, here it goes. Here's the bookmark. We show it every time. Shh. That was a popular clip last week. Anyway, we show the bookmark of the Enterprise every time because someday Spartan John is going to either be able to afford to pay somebody to edit these, or I'm going to learn how to edit these. Or somebody will just do it for me out of the kindness of their heart. And you guys are awesome, by the way, everybody that does stuff around here. Thank you. But we'll edit these into supercuts so you don't have to watch the games at the end or whatever we do after we read. So here's the bookmark. Here we go. And I have the Book Daddy cup. The door closed again, and Jewel tried to make sense of the encounter. Magnuson was working up something. Or perhaps she was simply not very good at her job. Humans didn't kill incompetent inferiors, so they multiplied. It was a miracle that they could achieve so much. But they had Huragok now. They could be as stupid and lazy as they wished, and still have the military advantage over Sanghelios. Huragok left here by the Forerunners, a race that could build stars. That kind of knowledge is too dangerous to fall into the human hands. Jewel didn't believe in divine plans, but he did believe in seizing advantages. Who was best placed to stop humans exploiting the Huragok to wipe out the Sangheli? It was him. He was here. He was in the heart of the enemy camp, breathing their air, knowing their intent and their capabilities. In fact, he was in the very best place that a warrior could be to save his people. His plans needed to change a little. He would start with the Huragok. Admiral's Inspection, UNSC Infinity, Command Bridge. There were 300 personnel working in Infinity, and still, it felt like a ghost ship. Parangoski thought of all the families back home who never asked where their loved ones had been for the past 6 months. They'd learned not to. Many of the crew didn't have families, of course. They were from colony worlds, now wiped off the charts and reduced to glass. And we'll never let that happen again. We'll reclaim those worlds, and we'll hold them. She reached for a pastry, watching Hood having one of those very quiet, nose-to-nose boys' chats with Del Rio. She kept an eye on the officers coming and going, too. It was a very junior staff, considering that this was the UNSC's new flagship. Parangoski racked her brains to think of any of Del Rio's key officers other than Lasky, who were above the rank of lieutenant, and came up empty. Rank wasn't any gauge of effectiveness or combat experience, however. It told her more about bottlenecks in the rank structure and the lack of ships to promote people to the caliber of their crews. That and the sheer number of people that we lost. Parangoski felt bullish rather than defiant for the first time in years. The scent of new upholstery, adhesive, and that hot radiator smell of components being run up to operating temperature for the very first time was a fragrance she wished she could bottle. It had been a very long time indeed since she'd served on a warship. She recalled her first ship as if it was last week, the UNSC Lutyens. Broke my heart when she went for scrap. You could truly love a ship. She was glad she hadn't forgotten how that felt. But she was here to work, to evaluate, to spot the cracks, and she was getting nostalgia and sugar and letting it get the better of her. Her datapad vibrated gently in her pocket. There was only one caller that it could be. What have you got for me, BB? It was the AI's fragment in the Bravo 6 system, not his matrix. We've now had contact from the Arbiter. He sent a message to Hood's office that the official escort has misplaced Phillips. I just happened to fall over it before it was read. Well done. Still no sign of him? Or your other fragment then? No, and the explosion was linked to an attack in Ontom by Gerald Hanai, still working on St. Helios. We didn't see that one coming. Thank you for the heads up, BB. I may have to get things moving myself. Stand by. Parangoski realized that this was rapidly adding up to a dead operative. Much as she liked Phillips, his death would be marginally easier to handle from a political perspective than his capture. But she had to be sure. She needed confirmation, and not from the Sangheli. I'm betting Kilo 5 could infiltrate St. Helios. I'd lose some of them, and it'd be politically messy for everyone. On the other hand, I could play this straight and use the leverage I've already got. The mission destabilizing St. Helios came first. There were many ways to skin that proverbial cat. Hood could do what he seemed to do best, dealing man-to-man, handshake-to-handshake with Thel Vadam and the Arbiter. She drained her coffee and made a beeline for the Hood. Del Rio saw her coming and melted away. I think I'm finally enjoying my Medusa's reputation, she said, forcing a laugh out of Hood. Women normally become invisible to men at the age of 40. But he can obviously still see me. Yes, I warned him not to look you directly in the eye. Merely gaze on your reflection for his own safety. Even Hood's sarcasm was gracious. Parangoski still liked him, for all his excessive optimism. You really don't care for the cut of his jib, do you, Margaret? No, I do not. He's a safe pair of hands. We won't get any surprises from him. And he's Halsey-proof. She won't be able to manipulate him. Parangoski kept walking. You don't have to sell him to me any longer. He already has the ship. And you have Lasky. And you'll need Lasky one day when Del Rio can't politic his way out of a tight spot. Why do you always go for the straight, as they die, man of the people types? Because they're so unlike me, my dear. My morbid fascination with the exotic. So you feel you have your budget's worth? I'm satisfied we got a vessel that'll not only loosen Sangheli bowels, but they can also vaporize them. I'm hoping it won't come to that again. Do you have a few minutes to walk with me, Terrence? I promise it'll be leisurely. It's my only speed setting these days. Hood followed her out into the passage, hands clasped behind his back. The long, dimly lit, half-finished passage echoed with each footstep. Somewhere on the deck below, someone was hammering metal, a strangely old-fashioned noise in the state of an art warship. Is this about Phillips? Hood asked. He's still missing. If he's been killed, I'm going to take a very dim view of that. How dim? Remember, we have a peace treaty with the Arbiter, Margaret. But the Arbiter's not immortal, and he's facing another civil war. I need to find Phillips. I'm sure the Arbiter's searching for him. Parangoski trod carefully. Hood knew she'd be monitoring everyone's comms, but there was no point in ramming it down his throat. I think I'd rather have our own people involved in that, if only to make it clear that we're not the underdogs any longer. Hood didn't say a word for a while and carried on walking, matching his pace to hers. That's what they used to call a very big ask, he said. Yes, I'm asking, but I think you would be best placed to actually raise it with him. So you want to insert who exactly? Kilo 5. This ask is getting rather large. What if he refuses? I'm damned if I'm leaving a man behind. I need a body, dead or alive. So you're telling me you'll insert an extraction team whether he agrees with it or not? Yes. Quite apart from the size of the task, we can't trample on their sovereignty like that. Then why are you allocating more than half of the fleet budget to Infinity? We need her to handle human insurgents. Hood almost smiled. Perhaps I want to stop you owning her outright. You don't trust the Sangheli any more than I do. No, but that doesn't mean I want to restart the war. Any politically aware man would have expected Oni to try to destabilize the Sangheili. Dirty tricks had long been the textbook method of neutralizing threats. He doesn't want to know. He'd rather be able to look the Arbiter in the eye and feel he was technically telling him the truth. Hood was a gentleman, but not an idealist. That was a relief. Parangoski had covered a lot of deck today, and her knees were killing her. She ground to a halt at the doors to the atrium, a vast transparent dome over a space the size of a park. When she held up her datapad and checked it against the schematic, oxygen-generating plants and ergonomic seating snapped into place to give her a three-dimensional impression of what a pleasant and huge area this would be. There were already some specimens basking in artificial sunlight, a few ginkgo trees, and a piranha pine. Lavish, she said, looking for a raw nerve she could twang. It was hard to find one in the seasoned horse trader like Hood. I realize habitability is important, but I hope none of our hard-pressed ODSTs or green jobs see this. The ship's complement is more than 17,000. Long deployments. Half the crew never ever meet one another. We have to think in terms of human dynamics of a small city. Of course we do. They'd played this fencing game far too often, and for far too many years to fool each other. But Parangoski detected just a little less defensiveness creeping in. A whiff of guilt, perhaps. Hood didn't like the suggestion that he gave some personnel privileges that ground troops didn't get. Good, that was the idea. When do you want the Sangheili to know we have her? Hood ambled across an empty deck that reminded Parangoski more of a coliseum than a plaza. When we have those new drives online. So what are we going to do about Phillips? Osmond's on her way to Sanghelios, but if we don't find him fairly quickly, I think that the presence of a very large warship might be helpful in a number of ways. It's far too soon, and it's not as if Sangheili are holding him. Think of it as a workup exercise, a Thursday war. We've still got contractors crawling all over the ship. Just cosmetic stuff. Come on, Terrence, she can deploy. She's not ready, or perhaps I'm not ready. Or Del Rio isn't, you mean? Parangoski put on her "it's all your fault anyway" face and studied. Sad regret with a hint of disappointment, and said nothing. Subconsciously or otherwise, most men were scared of upsetting their mothers. Parangoski pressed that primal button, and Hood blinked first. "Just tell me this wasn't part of your plan," he said. "I know I'm good, Terrence, but even I can't set up something that convoluted. I genuinely fear for his life, and we do need his unique rapport with the Sangheili. So what are our options? Call the Arbiter, ask him a personal favor. If he refuses, then you know where you stand. We don't even have to invoke Infinity unless things get really deteriorated. But this is exactly why we commissioned her to dominate space." Hood looked around the atrium as if he was lost, then indicated an exit on the port side. "Very well," he said. "I'll call him. But we don't push our luck on Sanghelios until we're sure we can win. I will not go to war again unless they come after us." "You won't need to," she said. It wouldn't be his decision, though, and she knew it, and so did he. Chapter 3. Arbiter, I would consider it a personal favor if you would allow my search and rescue experts to land and help look for Professor Phillips. In fact, if they assume responsibility for his safety, then you and the Sangheili will not be morally accountable should anything happen to him. I realize that it's manner of honor for Sangheili when they promise safe passage to a guest, but I fully understand that there are events over which you have no control. Admiral Lord Terrence Hood, Sync Fleet, to the Arbiter, Thelva Dam. hero keep, Mdama, sang Helios. You, Rhea Mdama, swept into the keep, shoving aside some insignificant adolescent who tried to bar her away. Fetch your lord. Tell him I demand to see him. The youth stumbled a few paces as he walked backwards, still trying to slow her down. He should have known better. She was the wife of the clan elder, and in the temporary absence, she wielded his authority outside of the keep. And he's my husband. Hang the conventions of society. I have a right to know where he is. I have a right to do whatever it takes to find him. Who are you? The young male was slow on the uptake, and wives and daughters were seldom seen outside of the keeps. I have to tell my lord Force, who wants to see him. Child, I am Rhea Mdamna, wife of Jewel Mdamna, elder of Bacan Keep. She loomed over him, jaws parted and fangs bared. Force knows me. He uses my keep as a storage facility for his vessels. Find him and bring him to me. The youth finally realized she wasn't going to back down, and that he'd avoid a good cuff around the head if he simply did as he was told. Yes, my lady. Rhea stood there in the courtyard, trying to hold down a strange mix of anger and fear. Jewel often disappeared for days now that he'd decided to overthrow Thelvadam, but this was exceptional. He'd been gone for weeks. Did he really think that not disclosing details of his planned coup would save her from being implicated? The Arbiter wouldn't look at those subtle details. She would be the wife of a traitor if Jewel was caught, whether she agreed with his politics or not, and the whole clan would pay the price. But I do agree with him. There can never be peace with the humans. They'll always expand, encroach, and colonize. She could see faces in the small windows set high on the walls. The children of Force's clan were trying to catch a glimpse of this roaring, angry female who'd burst into their keep. What about my children? I know who their fathers are, even if they don't. Dural and Assam don't ask where Jewel is, but he should be there for them. Force finally appeared in the doorway, arms held out, apology. Rhea, my dear, respected friend, there's no need to wait here. Come in, please come inside. I still have no answer from you, Force. She strode through the door, head thrust forward, in a don't you dare gesture, ready to barge him with a shoulder if he didn't give her a straight right response. I want to know where my husband is. You must have some idea. Forrest ushered her into a room that looked as if someone had rushed out of it in a hurry, leaving chairs at odds and data pads on tables. She heard the clattering of feet in the passage beyond. He obviously told his family to leave and give them some peace to talk sense to this enraged female. Did they even know what he was doing? Did they know he was part of the uprising? Well, that was his problem to address and not hers. She decided to remain standing. It was much harder somehow to keep her anger fed and functioning when she was sitting down. I'm telling you all I know, Rhea, Forrest said. I haven't heard from him. I spoke with Telcam, and he's had no word from him either. Do not tell me that everything's all right. I can assure you that I won't. I'm concerned too. He left to follow Telcam to find out where his rendezvous point was with his arms supplier and who they were. Yes, but I didn't dare mention that to Telcam in case Jewel was right to be suspicious. So you think Telcam has silenced him? If he has, he's very convincing about being outraged by his absence. This monk is an adherent to the abiding truth. Reason and rationality are hardly their watchwords. Look what they did to Relon and his brother, veteran warriors, honorable men, slaughtered for some imagined blasphemy against so-called gods who never existed anyway. Forrest looked pained. It was still hard for many to abandon their beliefs, and the fact that the prophets had been exposed as frauds didn't convince them that the forerunners weren't divine and capable of noting the names of heretics and unbelievers. Rhea didn't care. If the gods wanted her to abandon her husband to appease them, They weren't worth her devotion. She would spit on them, if there were anything to spit on. You might not trust my judgment, Forrest said at last, head lowered a little, but I've spoken at length with Telcam, and I think I would know if he was behind this. He's angry. He's always angry. But I don't think he's genuine. That he feels Jewel has gone off on some jaunt and isn't pulling his weight. Rhea had to ask the obvious. Are you certain that you never mentioned Jewel's unease about him? I swear I never mentioned it, but Jewel made his concerns fairly obvious. Very well. There was only one lead she could follow, Telcam himself. You fools still have ships laid up on my land. At some point, Telcam will need them, and he'll answer to me, or I'll have them destroyed. Where can I find him? Don't go looking for him. I'll do as I please. Where is his keep? Forrest might have been a courageous shipmaster, but he caved in fairly quickly when faced with the anger. There was probably some guilt at work here, she thought. Some feeling that he should have stopped Jewel chasing after Telcam. On, Tom, he said at last, which is why it's a bad idea to go. You must have heard about the brutes detonating devices in the city today. You're better informed than I am. That's because we've been told to be ready for an attack in Vadam. Do not keep things from me, Force. What do you expect of me? I'm doing all I can to find Jewel. He is my friend, and he wouldn't want you to be involved in this and put at risk. Rhea couldn't help herself. She hissed at him. It was vulgar and unladylike to hiss at someone outside of her clan, a shameful loss of control. But she was at the breaking point. Risk, she said, feeling the saliva draining down her throat and feeling a little embarrassed by her outburst. I'm without my husband, and I don't know why. Our keep has no elder. What greater hazard can I face than being left alone? Her mind was made up. She already started listing whose help she might call upon to go with her. I'm going to Ontom to confront Telcam. I expect you to come with me, but if you don't, that won't stop me. What if he's not there? It's the only information I have, and the alternative to pursuing it is to stay home and wait to be told I'm a widow. Boris had a wife too. He might have had several for all Rhea knew. But a keep elder always had a family to look after, a large one. Children he was collectively responsible for, whether he sired them or not. He looked defeated for the moment. Then he dipped his head, giving in. It's dangerous, and we might well be turned back if the Ontom keeps have been locked down in the area. But we'll go together. I've been told to stand by. The uprising has begun. They'll be coming to collect the vessels laid up on your land. Then I'll be ready to go with one of those vessels. You can't. I can. Females have served in ships and even been weapons masters. Very, very rarely. There's no law preventing me, and I shall come with you. The ships were on her land. If Telcam wanted them, he'd get her as well, or he'd get nothing. Or else I'll order my brothers and sisters to destroy the ships right now. You can't do that. I can. I'm returning home now to leave instructions for my sisters in my absence, and I'll be waiting with the ships. Ray turned and left as fast as she could, mainly to stop herself from changing her mind. If anything happened to her, the keep might fall into chaos. She had to leave someone with clear orders. Uncle Naxon could have the elder's authority. Ymira was the most sensible of the sisters, and she could manage the farm and the accounts until Rhea got back. Under the Covenant, they never had to worry about food supplies, but now, without Sanshayun's support and alien laborers, they had to fend for themselves and learn to run their own lives again. And we will. Back at Pecan Keep, she packed a bag. She couldn't recall the last time she'd done that. She never needed to travel to be away from home, and it felt strange and unsettling. Dural watched her from the door, clutching his practice weapon, a wooden staff, as if he were on sentry duty. What are you doing, Mother? I'm going to look for Uncle Jewel, she said. Lying to the children made them weak and confused. They had to know that the world was a dangerous place, and preparing them for it meant withholding nothing that might distress them. By watching her deal with difficult things, Durrell would learn to be decisive and unafraid. He should have come home by now. Is he dead? It was perfectly normal to question and ask this question in a society where almost every male who is physically capable expected to be a warrior, and where so many had died in battle. But this was Jules' son, not that the youngster realized that. And Ray was far more fragile about the prospect of losing her husband than she had realized. The word dead wounded her. She tried to look calm. Jules a survivor, she said. Wherever he is, he'll return to us. But I want to know why he's been delayed, and by whom. Now be obedient while I'm away. Do as Naxon and Ymira tell you. I'll know if you don't. Durrell watched her in silence for a little longer. It was only when she put on her belt, with its unfamiliar holster, that he parted his jaws, pleased. She was armed. He knew that was a good thing, a sensible thing, and that his mother would be all right. It seemed to satisfy him, and he walked off. Carrying a pistol felt odd, but Rhea was carefully trained to use it well. All children were taught to fight and defend themselves. Adult females rarely served on the front lines, but they were expected to fight and defend their keep if it came under attack. And that was how she felt right then. Her husband was in danger. She wasn't sure of it, and her duty was to go to his aid. Some would tut and disapprove of her leaving the keep and the family in the hands of the others, but she didn't care. Telcam was the one who needed to worry. If he'd harmed Jewel, she would kill him. That, too, was her duty. As she headed for the field where the vessels were laid up, wading through long grass that plucked at her legs, a little nervous voice at the back of her mind asked her if she was mad, and if she even understood what she was doing. She slapped it down. Yes, she understood, of course. She understood. When she reached the warship called Unflinching Resolve and gazed up at the massive curve of its hull, she admitted to herself that she was terrified. But that was irrelevant. It was far more frightening to sit and wait in the keep, weak and dependent. I bore warriors, therefore I can become one too. She could hear the Revenant approaching. She waited with one hand on her holster until it came into view, flattening the grass with its thrust. And as it slowed to a halt, she fixed the pilot with her best "do not toy with me" stare. Forrest got out of the Revenant and looked at her with his head on one side, eyes on the weapon. "Now you really frighten me," he said. I hope you don't expect to pilot a ship too." "No," she said, "not yet." Temple of the Abiding Truth, on Tom, 2 hours after the initial explosion. Phillips held his breath, listening for the noise of the energy bolts and trying to work out how long it would take him to sprint to the temple gates when the shooting stopped. He glanced at Telcam. For the length of his stride, Phillips calculated that the Sangheili would outrun him as fast as a dad chasing after a willful toddler. He'd never make it to the end of the passage. Damn, all he had to do was get outside and grab the first Sangheili he saw, anyone at all, to ask them to make contact with Caden or the Arbiter's office. Then he could get a message to Osman and be out of here. Hey, Telcam," he said. He found himself switching between English and Sangheili in the same sentence now, just as Telcam did. "Let's be clear about this. While I appreciate your concern for my safety, are you holding me prisoner? Can I leave if I'm willing to take the risk?" Telcam was poring over a chart with the others. There were about 30 Sangheili in full armor crammed into the chamber, 50 meters inside the doors, trying to find space between the crates of munition and muttering about the ship called Unflinching Resolve. Then he heard the name Mdama. They were discussing Jules, speculating about his disappearance. He had vessels laid up at his keep, and they were going to have to move them in a matter of hours. It alarmed them. "Do you think he was always Vadam's agent?" one of them asked. "He has maneuvered us into a trap. His friends keep calling to ask if he's with us. There's something wrong." Perhaps Telcam had just been asking Phillips what he knew of Jules simply because he was asking everyone, and Oni were as likely as anyone to have heard if he'd run into trouble. From the conversations Phillips could overhear, some of the rebels were religious types like Telcam, and some were just regular hingeheads who'd never known anything else but serving as Shanshayum cannon fodder, and hadn't found a civilian role yet to keep them busy. It was all in the language. The monkish ones used archaic tenses and weird Dickensian phrases. If Dickens had been Sangheili, like, "Ere we presume to know the mind of our betters." The ones who'd been soldiers had a much less frilly and more immediate turn of phrase. In translation, a couple of them reminded him of Mal, but none of them seemed to share the Arbiter's version of the galaxy, where human and Sangheili could one day cooperate. Once both sides had forgotten they'd been trying to out-genocide each other for 30 years, none of this bunch liked or trusted humans. He could hear what they called him. "I know what Nisham means, by the way," he said, in his most colloquial Sangheili. Telcam still hadn't answered him. But he must have heard the question. "You stop calling me Nisham, and I won't call you hingeheads." He could tell which of them spoke English from the number who turned to glare at him. Intestinal parasite, tapeworm. It wasn't friendly military abuse of the kind Mal called slagging, either. Telcam was the last to straighten up and look around. The first of many Sangheili saw of humans were men in armor, he said. On first glance, they thought you were arthropods with exoskeletons. Instead, they found they were small, soft, vulnerable pink creatures inside, or brown ones. "I hope you can understand the analogy, even if it's not flattering." "That's okay," Phillips said. He was happy to play the harmlessly clever child for most Sangheili, dazzling them with his skills at unlocking the Aurum. But he felt he'd survive better with these ones by showing a bit of fight. "I'd expect you'd work out hingeheads. I've heard chuckheads, too." "You know what a chuck is? It's a little gripping piece on a drill that holds the drill bit. It opens up, just like your damned mouths." Maybe it offended them, or maybe it didn't. Phillips realized he was starting to feel like a Sangheili when he spoke their language. Now, not just consciously switching into trying to think like them. There was always an undercurrent of defensive aggression about them. Their anatomy didn't help, because the way their heads were permanently thrust forward automatically triggered a subconscious reaction in humans that they were spoiling for a fight. But it was more than just bad luck in the skeletal lottery. They really did throw down challenges and tell you where their boundaries were. Phillips had mulled over all kinds of stuff about the origin of their species and their territorial approach to life. But now he found he'd stopped rationalizing it and was just snarling back like any other Sangheili marking his personal space among the boys. Telcam gave him a long, cold look. So did the others, even the ones who Phillips knew didn't understand more than 2 words of English? "Fascinating," Telcam said. "And to answer your original question, no, you may not leave. You'll be questioned by the Arbiter about where you've been. I have little confidence in your ability to withstand that if you were able to ask awkward questions now that the coup has begun. Apart from which, I want to be sure that your shipmaster honors her agreements. Having you here reassures me of that." "You bastard, so I'm a hostage? I should have seen that coming." Phillips felt the pulse speeding up, but he wasn't actually scared any longer. It was a strange feeling. "She doesn't even know I'm still alive. I can't call her. You think that's going to guarantee your arms supplies?" That seemed to focus Telcam. You came here with no communications? No, I've got a radio, but it's been damaged. He pulled the device off of his jacket and held it up, suddenly remembering that there was a needle mounted inside that was prepped to give him a fatal dose of fast-acting nerve agent. If BB judged it was too tight a spot for everyone's safety. Jesus. What'll set this thing off now? He wasn't sure if he should wear it in case it malfunctioned. You could always contact Osmond. Why not give it a try now? Telcam wandered over to him and peered at the radio. Phillips held on to it, trying to look casual and pissed off. He didn't dare let go of it. He didn't know if BB's fragment was still recoverable and could fall into the wrong hands. And if the nerve agent was ejected, a dead Telcam would not help matters. He wasn't sure if Sangheli were susceptible to the same toxins as humans, but he wasn't going to take the risk. Look, he said, damn shrapnel or something. I suppose it saved me from worse, though. Telcam stared at it, and another Sangheli, the shipmaster they called Baran, ambled across to take a closer look at it. It seemed to fascinate them. You're very lucky, worm boy, Baran said. What were the chances of that saving you? Telcam looked riveted. Phyllis, I believe the gods particularly want you to live. All the more reason for keeping you by my side. Phillips took it as another smart-ass remark, but then he looked Telcam in the eye and saw that light, that weird otherness. Damn, he really did mean it. It was all too easy to see him as the pragmatic fieldmaster and forget that he had only one motive for overthrowing the Arbiter, and that was religion. He wasn't too fussy about who ran things, as long as they did it for the gods. This was a holy war. Phillips bit back his automatic retort that the gods probably wanted him to call home, too, and looked for a way to work this into his advantage. I have to let Osmond know where I am, he said. Very well. Telcam reached into his belt and took out a device designed for huge four-fingered hands. That was one of the things that still came as a daily surprise for Phillips, that Sangheli could manipulate anything sophisticated with hands like that. I shall call the ship and let you talk with her. Telcam tapped the complicated sequence of symbols on the comms unit and waited. Phillips had often been on the receiving end of these signals, but he'd never heard what it sounded like when the call didn't connect. Now he knew it was a quiet, continuous stream of random clicks, like hot metal cooling down. The ship must be in slip space, Telcam said. We will attempt to call Osmond later. Please let her be on her way. She has to know I am here. I was transmitting. Okay. Phillips made a conscious effort to relax and look irritated rather than concerned. So what happens now? How long are you going to keep me here? I haven't even gotten a change of clothes. Is that your most pressing concern? Unless you've got something else to keep me busy. By nightfall, our brothers in cities across Helios will be taking arms against Kaidons who support the Arbiter, and I shall lead the direct assault on Vadam. We have ships, and we have sufficient arms. We may not prevail immediately, but we shall take control within the month. How do you see yourself fitting into the battle plan? Okay, Phillips said. I'll make the coffee. Maybe play with an arm. Telcam snorted like a horse and stalked back to the table. Everyone seemed to be using one of those communications now, having the same conversation with their opposite members in other keeps. They seemed to have a number of ships, but excuse me, it just didn't seem enough to take over the whole world, not even with the hardware that Oni had supplied. But they're still floundering. It's been less than a year, a few months, that's all, since the Covenant fell apart. They're still relearning how to organize themselves without the Sanshayun calling the shots. And that was all the edge that Telcam needed. He was organized, and the Arbiter wasn't. Not yet. Phillips realized that he was hoping for a draw, just like Oni. So he didn't trust Telcam to keep his side of the deal after all, to leave Earth colonies alone if humans kept out of the way. Well, if he survived this, he'd have one hell of a lecture tour ahead of him. He alone, I'm going to try that again. He'd have one hell of a lecture tour ahead of him, let alone the chat, shows, and books. Funnily enough, the last place he wanted to be right now was back in Sydney at the university, safe and planned out to retirement. He started wandering around the chamber, remembering what he'd come here for. He was going to check out ancient Forerunner inscriptions to see if there were clues to locations of other remaining halos. Telcam, he said, do you mind if I look around the temple? The Sangheili didn't look up from their charts. You won't find a way out. I meant that I'd like to look at the carvings and the relics. Is that all right? I promise I will treat them with respect. Very well. You'll know when you've reached an unsafe area. Oh, booby traps? What's unsafe? Some passages have been walled off, Telcam said. That was carried out at the time the Forerunners built this temple. And there must have been good reasons. The servants of the abiding truth have never breached these walls, nor shall we. Phillips had no taboos in his life and found it bizarre that a commander used to making hard decisions on the battlefield would accept this kind of mystical keep-out sign without question. But then Phillips didn't fear the hand of some god reaching out and smacking him around the ears. BB had mentioned the slip-space bubbles in the Dyson sphere at Onyx. The Forerunners had contained them in some kind of field and been able to control the passage of time inside of them. So Phillips wondered if they've built that into other facilities as well. He didn't want to push his luck and end up in one. He heard that the Spartan 3s who got lost in one were lucky that there were Huragok around to get them out. I wonder where Adge is now. I hope Oni aren't vivisecting him or anything like that. Cute little guy, amazingly useful. Phillips could have done with Adge right about now, and BB too. He was now going to have to rely on himself. He walked slowly through the maze of passages, writing each turn that he looks on his data pad so he could find his way back out again, and was struck by the precision of the stone blocks. The temple was thousands of years old, but the stonework was crisp and immaculate, the joints perfectly square and almost invisible. He ran his palm along the right-hand side of the wall as he walked. The stone was peach smooth and warmer to the touch than he ever expected. A string of dim lights ran the length of the entire ceiling, but that looked to be a Sangheili addition, not the work of the aliens who had spent the time and bent space to create this bomb shelter. Grimly lit light bulbs spattered with dead insects just didn't seem to be their style. And then he saw the panels on the wall, the shadows cast by inscriptions, and the anthropologist's core of his being went into a feeding frenzy. He speeded up to a trot and stood gazing at the first panel in academic ecstasy. He would have described it as the cartouche, but that made a sound quaint and primitive. The symbols engraved on it were what he'd come to recognize as Forerunner glyphs. Suck on this, Howard and Carter. I've just become the first human to read an actual message from the gods. He decided to risk a thunderbolt and put his hand out on the pad and touch the symbol, but his fingertips brushed against something that felt solid, a barrier that he could feel but not see. He flattened his cheek against the wall in case he could see an actual sheet of transparent material, but there was nothing to see. It was one of their protective fields. Wow, how the hell did they build that into stone and keep it powered all of this time? Damn, BB, you're missing all of the good stuff. Come to that, why did they put the barrier here? To keep it clean? The symbols were laid out in rows with lines leading from them to other symbols around the margin of the panel. It reminded him of the touch panel on a kitchen appliance. Maybe they aren't engravings. Maybe they're buttons, switches. Pressing them was a risk. Pressing them was a risk, but he couldn't work out how to get past that protective screen anyway. Human logic told him that it might have been the whole point, to stop people pressing them by accident. He was so stumped and pumped up with adrenaline now that the sheer ravenous greed to know about this thing, to understand it, had made the fact he was a hostage of heavily armed religious lunatics fade into the background. Oh, BB, you should see this. Phillips took a few images with his data pad. Nothing. Noting the change. Noting the charge was low. He didn't know when he'd get out of here to top it up again, so he'd have to conserve his power. Damn, he really needed BB to see this. Should he risk trying to repair the radio cam? He didn't know the first thing about how to fix it, other than digging out the fragment of shrapnel. And he didn't know if he'd end up triggering the needle and killing himself. He stood there in the dimly lit tunnel for minutes, just daring himself to take out the lump of metal. The needle would inject him from the back plate. That was why he had to wear it clipped to his jacket. Shit, Lucky, you said it. What if the impact had triggered it? He held the radio against the stone wall so that he couldn't fumble with it and accidentally stab himself, and then began prying the metal out with his stylus. It started to bend the front cover out as well. The shrapnel suddenly flew out and pinged on the floor. Phillips kept the radio flat against the wall just in case, and pressed the switch on and off a few times. The pinpoint of green light came on, but died again. Ah, well, I tried. No point in wasting time. Better start cataloging all these inscriptions. I've got halos to find. He twisted the clip around on the radio and attached it to his top pocket with surgical care, making sure the back plate was facing out. Then carried on, looking along the walls for inscriptions, searching for repeating signals that might give him away into the Forerunner language. This one was interesting. It was an oval with what looked like a section through a vertebrae in the middle of it, and it appeared in every cartouche several times. He was trying to think like aliens. Who could bend time when he put his hand in the invisible barrier and a voice suddenly spoke to him out of nowhere? He almost crapped himself, but it wasn't the voice of God. Anybody's God. Please activate the video input, BB said. Continue when ready. UNSC Port Stanley, en route to St. Helios. Bloody hell, Mal said, leaning on a chart table. There's a lot of gaps in the schematic. In case you hadn't noticed, Malcolm, BB said acidly, I was put out of action while I was doing the survey. And since when did you ever have perfect recon data before insertion? Just making an observation, mate. Everyone was a bit sensitive right now. Mal prided himself on being able to focus on the job at hand, no matter what else was going on. But part of him had disconnected from Phillips's plight to worry about Naomi's reaction to the bombshell about her father. Perhaps it didn't hurt as much as he'd thought. She said she couldn't even remember her childhood before she'd been taken for Spartan training, so maybe this seemed just as unreal to her. Mal had grown up without a father as well. He tried out the idea of being told that his dad had finally showed up and had a steady career as a serial killer. How did he feel about that? Nothing at all. It wasn't real, and he couldn't make it feel that way. Stefan Senska was definitely real, though. And Mal didn't have a mess of buried traumas like Naomi did. Nobody in Kilo 5 had any family ties. That was part of the selection criteria. BB had told them no complications if they needed to vanish for years at a time. But now one of them had a real-life relative that they never bargained for, and really embarrassing one at that. Are you listening, Staff? Osmond asked. Mal wondered what he'd missed. The captain could make him flinch. Informal, for easygoing or not. Sorry, ma'am. I was saying that as on Tom's coastal, we could We could insert by the sea. It's going to have to be at night either way, but we're not equipped for going in by the sea. You can't adapt the jump pods to make them into boats? I can get in there and drop you without them, Devereaux said. Swim in, like the good old days. We've been putting up a lot of faith in Tartkart's stealth, Vaz said. Naomi had been staring at the 3D projection suspended above the chart table in absolute silence. She started shaking her head very slowly. Armor, you need it. And I'm carrying 300 kilos of it. It's got to be land insertion, and that means coming in from the north. I don't plan to deploy you, Naomi, Osmond said. Why not, ma'am? This is exactly what I'm designed for. The designed bit stung. Osmond looked as if she had taken a deep breath. She could easily have been where Naomi was now. It was almost the first thing she'd told them about herself. Like she needed to get it off of her chest. That she'd been a Spartan kid. But the surgical enhancements had crippled her, and Parangoski had picked her up and put her back together again. And I don't have to be Freud to work out that relationship. I don't want to lose the entire squad, Osmond said at last. If this goes pear-shaped, I'd lose one of the best Spartan 2s. No, offense Marines. It's okay, ma'am, Vaz said. We know she's a bigger budget item than us. Naomi just looked at Osmond as if she was shaping up to argue, but she then let it go. They weren't back to the holographic fly-through of the approach to the Sang Helios and Antom, trying to work out which features from the map run were some kind of radar and where the sensors might be. The 3D projection suspended over the chart table was finely detailed in places, but it stopped dead at the temple doorway. That would have had to be enough, considering how long the Earth had been at war with the Covenant. It still didn't have much reconnaissance imaging of Sang Helios. Pretty well everything they were looking at had come from one omission, Admiral Hood's trip to meet the Arbiter. One orbit of Sang Helios had embedded UNSC Incini to map the planet topography, and the shuttle had surveyed a narrow corridor across the Arbiter's home city of Vadam in some detail, but Sang Helios was still mostly unknown territory, and BB was right. Mal and Vaz had done orbital jumps into planets with almost no information about where the pods would land. I think we're going to have to make orbit and remap all of this before we commit to landing anybody, BB said. It'll be time well spent. Just remember that the last fix we have on Phillips suggests he's in the temple complex, though. So we go in, Mal said. Forerunner ruins, is Halsey found on Onyx? They can be a tad irregular. So we still go in, Mal carried on, because not even Osmond was filling the gaps, and he needed to kill the silence. Because we want to recover your fragment as well, don't we? Or can you just throw it away like a duplicate file? For an eternity, determined not to have even a holographic body, BB had quite a repertoire of body language. He could express a hell of a lot with just 6 plain, flat surfaces that weren't even there. Mal could have sworn that the watery blue light dimmed for a moment. He got the sense that BB had glanced down at the deck, troubled. He's based on a human's brain structure. Whatever he says about meat bags, that's got to influence how he behaves. I've never lost a fragment before, BB said. I've generated and shut down many. But this one wasn't closed, it was interrupted. Devereaux looked up, like pulling out a chip too fast and corrupting some data. That's a fair approximation, except I'm not data, that's me. I think it's more like brain damage caused by anoxia. Wow. So you can't load it all back in again? I don't like gaps in my memory, Leanne. They're painful and distressing. But it's only a duplicate of you in a way. You can work without it. No, it's not, because that fragment is what you'd call BB Light. It had limited functions in case it fell into enemy hands, and its experiences and its memories won't be the same as mine. So I need to reintegrate them, to put them back in my timeline. Or else, I'm sorry it's hard to explain, but it'll leave me with gaps in my mind. I used to get those a lot, Mal said, trying to reassure the AI. It's called beer. I appreciate the laddish chummies, but when a mind is all you are, that's rather disturbing. Like the rest of the squad, Devereaux always looked straight at the holographic box as if she was making eye contact. BB was supposed to be an omnipotent and omniscient, at least for his 7-year lifespan. Mal thought of all of the survivable things that went wrong with human brains. Strokes, dementia, hallucinations, memory loss, injury that changed the entire personality, and realized that if those scared him, then it was probably like a threat of terminal illness for BB. The AI thought or didn't exist. It was that stark. I bet we find your fragment. It's fine, Vaz said. The first thing it'll do is bitch at us for taking so long to recover it. Everyone stopped talking again. Mal thought this was the worst thing about slip space, not the uncertainty of where you'd drop back into normal space, or if the trip had taken longer than you'd planned, but you were cut off from the comms, left to stew in your own juices until you decelerated and could talk to the world again. And the one thing Port Stanley needed now was information from outside. Osmond had her arms folded on the edge of the charts table. Been right over like someone leaning on their shopping cart to relieve the supermarket tedium. The silence was begging someone to break it again. Okay, Osmond straightened up. Seeing as we've tossed and gored this over as much as we can for the time being, let's discuss what's really on everyone's mind. Naomi, I'm going to want absolute proof that this suspect's your father before I do anything. What did you tell Spencer, Mal? Sometimes, Naomi could look like a wax model. She was so pale that she was almost translucent at the best of times, but when she was doing her I'm not reacting to a thing, Mal couldn't even tell if she was breathing. Faz chirped in. I told Spencer who he was, ma'am. I shouldn't have. I was thinking. But Spencer agreed to sit on his hands until we got back, Mal said. It's not like there's anything big going on down there at the moment. He's just keeping tabs on all of them. Did he call it in to Parangoski? Not while we were there. I wouldn't have expected the Admiral to have sent the message before we slipped, if she'd been informed, BB said. If she's totally open with Osmond, that is. Oni couldn't move in a straight line if you put it on rails. Maybe she's waiting to see when Osmond decides to tell her, I mean. They're buddy-buddy, and Oz is the old girl's favorite, but she's Parangoski. She didn't get to be the spook at the top by going soft on people. I'll talk to her when we leave the ship, Osmond said. In the meantime, let's agree to some ground rules on this. It's not going to be tidy. Whatever happens, it's going to hurt someone somewhere down the line. Our priority is to protect Earth by any means necessary, but we have to trust each other to do this. Ma'am, he's a stranger, Naomi said. Don't change procedure because of me. Handle him like any other suspect. He's probably a terrorist because he lost you, Osmond paused, as if she thought she'd spoken out of turn. It was probably the worst thing she could point out to Naomi. You don't know that. You do know that, don't you? That he never believed the cloned child Halsey swapped you for was his real daughter. He always claimed it was government conspiracies. Faz told me, Naomi said, apparently unmoved. One day I'll read it for myself. Okay, then we all level with one another about everything, understood? Yes, ma'am. Osmond was still learning how to end a conversation like that. Mal could see it on her face, all that doubt about the stuff she now had to do. He pitched in to rescue her. Well, seeing as we don't have our little Huragok chum to mod our kit, we'd better go and see what we can put together for ourselves before landing, he said. My money's still on drop pods, but it's going to be a bugger to exfil no matter how we insert. Fingers crossed that Hood comes through for us then, Osmond said. And now that I've embarrassed you all, I'm going to execute a tactical withdrawal and catch up on the signal traffic in my day cabin. There was no bullshit with Osmond. Mal now ranked eye-watering honesty equally with competence in his top 5 list of officer must-haves. BB's avatar zipped off the bridge in a blur of blue light. Not that he had to do any of the effects at this point, and the three ODSTs stood in an awkward circle around Naomi. "Sorry, mate," Mal said to her. "I really am sorry." "You sure it's him?" Faz squirmed visibly. "I should have taken a copy of his file, but we were in a hurry to get back." "Was there a picture?" "Yes." Naomi paused. Mal knew what was coming. "What does he look like?" she asked. "He looks like you," Faz said innocently. Mal felt the knife turn, even though that was the last thing Vaz would have dreamed of doing to Naomi. "You're the image of your dad." Chapter 4. A Huragok team routinely embarked in every warship by 2557. This is what gave the Covenant their technical superiority. Now it's ours, and wherever the rest of the Huragok went, even if the Sangheili reacquire them, ours still have their unique Onyx legacy, and that puts us way ahead. Rear Admiral Saeed Shafiq, UNSC Procurement. UNSC Port Stanley approaching Sangheili space. "Place your bets. Madams and Messieurs," BB said. "Fates va jour. 5, 4, 3, 2. Osmond tried to ignore her cartwheeling stomach as the ship dropped out of slip space, and the black void in the forward screen was suddenly peppered with stars that hadn't been there the seconds before. The status panels on the console showed Port Stanley's drives and associated systems dropping back from well into the red zone. BB hadn't been joking when he said he was going to push the ship past its tested limits. They were back. BB placed himself on Phillips's empty seat, only 2 million clicks adrift and 5 hours earlier than projected. "I win. Making ops normal and running comms checks. Lots of messages are waiting, Captain." "Wow, BB, did we blow many gaskets?" Devereaux asked, leaning over the control panel. "That was brisk. Nothing we can't fix with some amalgamating titanium strips and lots of genius. Let me know if you need a hand, because I'd like to live to see 32. Osmond pushed herself out of her chair and found that she'd now learned to allow for the 20 or 30 seconds of disorientation on slipspace jumps. "I can make myself do anything if I have to. Just tell myself that the whirling isn't real. I believe me. I do." The ODSTs never seemed to turn a hair. But then, anyone who reacted to jumps like she did, would never have lasted 5 minutes in either a pilot or a hell jumper. A few confused seconds was all it took to crash and burn. Sometimes she felt inadequate beside them. Naomi never blinked either. But then she was a proper Spartan, not an abandoned project like herself. And she had other distractions that had to be weighing heavily on her mind. "Anything from Phillips?" Osmond asked. BB lifted off the seat like a dropship and banked away to the comms console. Now she knew he was uneasy. There was almost an AI equivalent of whistling in the dark. "I'm afraid not, but there's one from Hood via Parengoski," he said. "He asked the Arbiter to allow us to land a search party, and they're still talking. I must say, it's real emotional blackmail stuff, all about absolving him of moral responsibility if he lets the experts do it." Vaz made his disbelief noise, a little kiss of his breath. "How to win Hingehead friends. That'll really piss them off." The message flashed onto the main bridge monitor. Osmond read the transcript and winced. "I fully understand that there are events over which you have no control." Jesus. Did Hood know how he was doing? Vaz was right. Sangheili wouldn't take kindly to a human hinting that they were incompetent or chaotic. On the other hand, Hood did seem to have a way with the Arbiter, or perhaps he'd gambled that letting him off the hook might achieve something. "He's just living up to their stereotype of us," Deverell said. "They think we're too cocky, so they might as well let us just to see us screw it up and then show us how it's done. Naomi perked up. She really didn't like being idle. It was still a massive risk in trusting a squad of Sangheili hospitality, though, and everyone would stand a better chance with the Spartan on board. If there was one thing that freaked out a Hingehead, it was the Spartan. Osmond jerked herself out of second-guessing Sangheili motives. She couldn't, and it was too late anyway. Hood had interceded. Okay, I'm going to talk to the Admiral. What time is it for her, BB? Just after 3, Captain. She's still on her Infinity inspection. Zulu time. Flash her for me, would you? I already took the liberty. She's standing by for a call. Try to get a hold of Telcam, too. Do we let him know we're aware he made contact with Phillips? I'll decide when I hear what he's got to say for himself. Phillips, Telcam, and the whole shebang could easily have been a pile of hamburger by now, of course, but Osmond still had to confirm all of this. I should be more upset about Phillips. I'm going to tell myself that that's the reason I'm not, is because I believe he's still alive. I'd hate to think I was that relaxed about losing a crew member. Patch the Admiral through to my day cabin, she said, and take us in close enough to monitor Sanghelios. So much for transparency. She could have had the conversation on the bridge, but old habits took a while to die. With just 5 people in an AI rattling around a warship designed for 100, she didn't have any excuse. As she sat down at her desk and positioned herself in front of the screen, she found her mind suddenly full of all of the things she chose not to know, and those she was happy not to be told, and wondered again if she'd be up to the Parangoski job when the day finally came. Her own personal file was sitting in the system, ready to tell her as much unhappy stuff about herself as Naomi had discovered about her own background. It wasn't so much gnawing at her as staring and starting to nibble around the edges. Phillips, don't forget this about Phillips, poor bastard. He didn't sign up for this. We've got to retrieve him. Ready, BB, she said. The screen came to life in a narrow frame showing a dimly lit corridor of a warship that could have been any in the fleet. Parangoski was hunched over, folded arms, frowning. Hello, ma'am, Osmond said. I see Admiral Hood's been exerting the proverbial diplomatic pressure. He still is. Vadam didn't dismiss him out of hand, either. You're standing off Sanghelios now, yes? We're going to 500,000 clicks to do a survey of the in orbit, in case we need to insert without permission. Parangoski didn't blink. I've sent you all the intel we've collected since you lost contact with Phillips. We're pretty blind out there right now. No Spencer and no Covenant relays left to intercept. Almost makes us miss the war, doesn't it? That's top of the shopping list, then. Osmond was getting a better picture day to day on the way Oni would have to adapt to the new galactic order. The more fragmented things get, the more we need to expand our network of resources. Our only window on Sangheli at the moment is the Arbiter. And he says fighting has broken out in a number of cities. Perhaps we suggest that he's too busy to look for Phillips. That's fine by me. I'm not being callous, but it would be very useful to monitor the situation as well as finding the professor. If this is a revolution, we don't want anyone winning outright after all. When you say monitor, you mean hands-on assistance. I mean a route into both sides of the argument, but it might require more than just supplying hardware. Well, BB's trying to track down Telcam, so when that happens, I'll have a much clearer picture. Probably best to hold your position until Hood's satisfied that he's done all that he can with the Arbiter. Parangoski glanced over her shoulder at something Osmond couldn't see. On a slightly different track, the first opportunity I get, I'll be sending you some help. Would you like your Huragok back? Adge? Oh, he'll be very handy, thank you. Adge and a friend, Forerunner enriched. It's more than handy, Captain. I'm sending them to retrofit Stanley with completely accurate slip-space navigation and instant comms. Osmond knew about the navigation refinements, but being able to communicate from slip space was even better as far as she was concerned. No more lobbing bottles over the side. Just for the lucky few at the moment, all this is going to transform the battlefield. Damn right it would. Warships would not only know exactly where they were and where they would emerge, but when. And they would also arrive with the benefit of real-time information. It was like the invention of steam power and the radio all at once. Working with Huragok was something of a mystery to her. But it was worth the uncertainty rather like a birthday. I've never had one of those, not a real one. When the dust settles on the current tasks, I'll look forward to that. Is everything all right, Saren? There was no hiding anything from Paragoski. She was more than sharp. She was like a mother, or what Osmond imagined a mother would be like. We have a few issues, ma'am, Osmond said. The first of Halsey's chickens have come home to roost. I had a feeling that would happen before too long. You know what's in Naomi's file? Of course. Has Mike briefed you? No. Well, that's something. Her father's alive, living on Venezia, and Mike's keeping tabs on him. Parangoski interrupted her before she had a chance to explain, as if she didn't want to be told the details. Is this something you're happy to deal with on your own, or do you want me to get involved? I'd like to be grown up about it and try to resolve it myself. Very well. I'm here when you need me. But it's not causing operational problems, is it? No, not at all. That's all I need to know, unless there's something else. Stand by for an update on Hood. Will do, ma'am. Stanley out. Osmond sat back in the chair and rubbed her face slowly. But that hadn't been as painful as she'd expected. She trusted Parangoski, but she found herself still looking for an angle, looking for the right answer to the challenge she'd felt she'd just been set. Should she send a report? She only had a name at the moment, and Spencer had the situation under control for the time being. I've been at this game for too long for Parangoski to be testing me. She's just giving me some space, letting me make my own choices, because very soon I'm going to have to make them for Oni. Oh God. Bibi appeared on her desk. Not all bad news then, great news. The boys will enjoy having Adge back. Mel needs a pet. Any luck with Telcam? I would have bragged about that right away. I'm still trying. For the first time on this mission, Osmond now had a clear order from above to wait until Hood had exhausted all avenues with the Arbiter. The sublight drive sent a steady tremor throughout the deck as the Stanley edged closer to St. Helios. The waiting wouldn't be wasted. Hang in there, Evan, we're coming. And while you're at it, keep your mouth shut. The radio cam was down, and Bibi might have been too damaged to use that nerve agent if the worst happened. This was Parangoski's world, the call on who to save and who to sacrifice for the greater good. Maybe this really was a test then, and perhaps a blooding to initiate. Osmond in a messy decision involving personnel she knew she liked. Not the distant strategic stuff where the dead would just be the strangers. Osmond took a slow walk around the ship and the deserted passages to give Naomi and the ODST some space. When she checked her data pad to see where everyone was, Devereaux's trace showed up on the hangar deck with the tart cart, and Naomi was in the armor bay, the automated system that she needed to suit up in Mjolnir rig. Vaz and Mal were in the wardroom. Bibi, Osmond said, I'm not asking you to snoop on them, but are the lads all right? Yeah, his voice came out of the ship's broadcast system. They all had a little tiff over who to tell first about Naomi's dad, you or her. I think they're shaking hands and making up now. Good, she wasn't alone in finding some decisions too close to home to be done by the book then. I ought to be giving that some attention. First things first, I'm just starting a survey run, by the way. We'll swing around St. Helios, map the surface down to about a 2-meter scale, and see what else I can pick up. If this is small-scale fighting, it may take us a day or two to scan the whole surface, so I'm starting out with on Tom's region. Agreed. Osmond headed back to the bridge and sat, with her boots up on the chair, watching the 3-dimensional plot of St. Helios on the chart table growing, a line at a time, like a garment being knitted. There were more islands than she'd realized and far less land masses. On Tom, Bibi said, not appearing anywhere. Osman still looked up to the nearest deckhead speaker. I'm doing a detailed job on it, but even extended frequency mapping isn't penetrating the temple. Does that mean it's hardened target? With the Forerunners, who knows? It must have been 2 hours before Mal came up to the bridge. Put a cup of coffee on the console in front of her without saying a word, and stood staring at the plot. Thanks, Steph, she said, sipping the coffee. Your turn next, ma'am. He did take his eyes off the plot, gaze flickered from detail to detail. He was probably modifying the insertion on the fly. Maybe Phillips would just pop up again with the story to tell. Just losing radio contact, as people sometimes did, and it would be all sorted. But he's had plenty of time to do that. Captain, BB appeared in front of her. Life just got a little easier. The Arbiter says yes, we can land a squad. Usual drill, an escort will pick up the dropship and take us in. Ollie bleeding Lua, Mal muttered. Let's get this over with. Temple of the Abiding Truth on Tom sang Helios. Philip shook the radio cam like a cheap watch. BB, I'm on my own. So you can drop the sorry, Dave, I can't do that crap. But keep the volume down, okay? He kept his voice at a whisper and waited for BB to snap back with something suitably withering. But there was just a long pause. The BB who responded wasn't the one he knew. Can I help you, Professor Phillips? Are you going to try to be funny or is there something wrong? Owing to tampering and damage, some of my functions have been disabled or deleted. Oh shit. Just as BB was standing by to shove a needle into Phillips, in case the mission went badly wrong, he must have fail-safes of his own to stop his programming falling into enemy hands. I should have realized that. I should have asked more questions, but I was too pumped on adrenaline. Phillips's attempt at repair had been interpreted as trying to dismantle the radio cam's case. I'm sorry, I was only digging shrapnel out of the radio. I didn't think. Look, BB, I'm in a tight spot. Do you remember the explosion? I shut down after damage to my host device. Well, right now I'm screwed, really screwed. Stay calm, just think. Telcam started the coup early, and he's effectively holding me hostage. I understand, I remember who Telcam is, but not why you're in touch with him. Just tell me what you can still do. Can you send a signal? My encryption's been deleted for security. My positioning data tells me we're on St. Helios, which is still classed as potentially hostile by naval intelligence. Try calling Port Stanley, please. Oni PS 39 accepts only encrypted communication. I can transmit an open protocol on domestic frequencies compatible with this device, though. Great. Just terrific. So, you're just a damn phone now. How about getting into other systems? Can you still hack? I can assist you with productivity management, non-classified information, and data processing. What would you like me to do? And can you make sure the lens is facing out, please? Otherwise I can't see. Okay, can you also do me a favor and disable the nerve gas agent thing? Already done. I don't have information on why that was installed. It doesn't matter, just keep me battened down. Okay. Phillips clipped the radio comm to his pocket again, not entirely confident that BB wasn't going to malfunction and shoot him full of instant death. He realized now how little he knew about how BB worked and how much the AI was limited by whatever hardware he found himself stored inside. Could he repair himself? No, that would have been another risky function. As far as BB was concerned, he was behind enemy lines. Phillips had even confirmed it for him. And someone had tried to tamper with him, so he'd pulled the plug and reduced himself to a datapad. The last thing he'd been designed to do would be to restore himself to windfall of secret information for any enemy to find. Poor old BB had stripped himself down to name, rank, and serial number. But I can't do that, can I? They can't. They can always beat it out of me. Okay, Phillips whispered. Have you got a database that can translate Forerunner glyphs? I have notes from a number of Forerunner sites. Well, that's good, BB. Damn, this was painful. It was like dealing with a dementia patient. Someone you'd once loved and admired, but who is now barely the same person, and didn't even recognize you. He hadn't realized how deep a bond he'd forged with BB. He found himself making reassuring noises in his mind that the real BB, the Matrix, the core of him, was still safe on Port Stanley, and this damaged persona was just a temporary glitch that was no more serious than a bad dream. But the decline still disturbed him. I want you to record some symbols and try to translate them for me. Certainly, Professor. Phillips decided to look on the positive side. He didn't have a fully functioning BB to rescue him, but at least he could complete his original mission, gathering and interpreting the Forerunner data. He tracked slowly up and down the passage for the AI to capture the engravings. What do you think the cartouches are, BB? There was no echo beyond the big vaulted chamber at the entrance of the temple. It became a network of stone passages, but it didn't sound like one. If he hadn't been standing on flagstones, he would have thought the place was carpeted and soundproof. The air was muffled and heavy, syrupy. Why did the Forerunners build this place? I might be able to suggest theories when I complete the survey. Okay, tell me when you're ready to move on. Keep walking, Professor. Now that Phillips was gathering data, he had to find a way to get it to Oni, and transmitting it seemed out of the question for the time being. People would be looking for him by now. The Arbiter wouldn't just shrug and chalk this up as experience. He had a foreigner missing in his territory, and even if he didn't care what happened to the useless human Nisham, he'd certainly worry about what damage this could do to his home, saying Helios didn't welcome tourists. He'll find me, someone searching for me, whatever happens, or I'll find a way out myself. You can increase your pace, Professor, BB said. I can record this easily. Okay, BB, sorry. Phillips hadn't made a note of how far he'd walked. He just checked his watch and he found he'd been exploring for nearly an hour. Are you mapping the complex? I can if you want me to. Right, the real BB would have had all of this cataloged by now and come up with a million suggestions about how I could do my job better. That makes sense, I suppose. You don't want to be compromised, AI volunteering to do stuff for the enemy. Yes, that would be handy, Phillips said. Thanks, I want a scale plan of the temple, measure everything, and mark the position of all of the features. You'll need to take me back to the entrance if you want a complete schematic. Good idea. I'll need to visit the bathroom and get something to eat. Let's take a break. He trudged back up the passage, checking the directions, and scribbled on his data pad, bathroom, ha. He was being generous, saying Healy plumbing was depressingly basic, and they certainly didn't do fluffy towels. It was more the tepid water from the single spigot and the hole in the ground kind of bathroom. These were the small but moral-crushing things that no adventure movie had ever warned you about. If you were trapped, how did you use your laundry? How did you do your laundry or recharge your data pad or even find bathroom tissues? That was the stuff of which real human dramas were made. Food. Oh, not the dog food again. Not that damn meat. When he got out of here, he was going to gorge on paella and mango and salmon and snack noodles and licorice and every damn thing he could lay his hands on. He'd rummaged in his shoulder bag, hoping to find some fluff-covered, sticky piece of candy that might have escaped him previously. Zip, nothing. Next time I'll carry at least a 24-hour ration pack like the ODSTs. He opened his jacket, and he walked, lifting it by the collar to sniff under his arms. First right, then left. Ooh, I really want a shower. The thing Healy probably didn't care if he was in need of a change of clothes, but he did. Morale. It's all about the morale. Now, he wished he'd spent more time talking to Mal, Vaz, and Devereaux about the domestic routine of their deployments rather than getting to tell them their very weird stories. He never laughed at their obsession with washing their undies ever again. They were incredibly disciplined about keeping their kits clean, and now he knew why. They had to stay clean, in the field, no matter what crap the war threw at them. I'll listen to Mal, I promise. You can teach me. You can turn me into an ODST anytime you really want to. BB, we're coming up to the main chamber, he whispered. Better stay quiet. I don't want them to start dismantling you. Understood, Professor. Phillips waited for the punchline, but of course none came. This was basic AI, with just enough personality to react to him in some sensible way. He was already missing the real annoying, funny, bitchy, nosy BB as badly as his best friends. "Did you find what you were looking for?" Telcam asked, looking at Phillips as he wandered in. Most of the Sangheili who'd been clustered around the chart had disappeared. "I was about to send someone to find you." "I don't know," Phillips gestured with his datapad. If they'd heard him talking, he'd give them a plausible explanation before they asked him any questions. "I've been looking at the cartouches and recording my thoughts. I don't understand any of it, but it's beautiful." Telcam cocked his head on one side. "My brothers were always convinced that humans had no souls, but I think some of you are instinctively capable of being touched by the truth of the divine. And that, Your Honor, is the case for the defense." "Where did everyone go?" "To join their ships. I must go too. Buran's ship won't fly itself." Telcam seemed to be in a rare good mood. Either the coup was shaping up, or he was feeling sorry for the tapeworm that had a soul. "There will be guards remaining here, so you'll be safe." His voice dropped to a murmur. "If you find meaning in the cartouches, I expect you to share it with me. You have an unusual insight. You chose to learn the culture of your enemy, but you respect it, which makes you different from the others." "Of course. So I'm reading his Bible, and even he can't understand bits of it." "Right. That'll come in handy sooner or later, bargaining chips." "Do you have any spare clothing? I need to wash mine." Telcam did the Sangheili equivalent of snapping his fingers and summoned a minion by rapping his knuckles on a table. "Olar, see that our guest gets what he needs." "He'll need children's clothing," Olar said. "Then get it. I'll hold you responsible for his well-being. Find him some food, too." Well, that was one problem solved. Nobody was going to kill him, at least not yet, and he could live on dog food and water indefinitely if he had to. Telcam swept out, and Olar stared at him balefully for a few moments. "I hear you can solve any Aurum you're given," he said. "For some reason I can." Phillips could feel an opportunity for psychological one-man-upmanship presenting itself. One-uppy. "I seem to have been born with a lot of Sangheili skills," he said. Olar chewed that over for a moment and stalked off. The real BB would have had something cutting to say about that, but this one remained silent, as he'd been told. Olar returned with a couple of long, plain tunics, knee-length, when Phillips held one up, to himself, and what looked like a field dressing that took Phillips a few moments to work that out. "Ah, like a single bandage. I think I know where this goes." "Thank you," he said. "Excuse me." The temple had a long, narrow bathroom lined with stalls that reminded Phillips of a boarding school. He looked around for their equivalent of soap, a dull gray powder that he discovered was a mix of some kind of clay and a plant similar to soapwort, and worked it into paste in the water so that it didn't hurt his hands. "I can do this. Think of the lectures I can give on just this alone," he said. He hung his jacket out on a nail, took a painfully cold shower that felt like being hit by a water cannon, and tried out his new clothes. It took a bit of ingenuity to tie on the underwear and tuck all the spare fabric from the tunic into his pants, but it would have to do. His shirt and smalls would dry inside an hour, and then he could stick to the routine of doing this every day. Damn it, he was starting to feel pleased with himself. He felt so confident now that his swagger out into the main chamber and helped himself to some of the rations still stacked on one side of the room. "Is there anything else you need?" Olar asked. "I'm fine, thanks." Phillips was already working out how he'd make a bigger bag from one of the tunics and pack it with a few extra meals, clay, powder, and a water bottle, so he'd be ready to escape when the chance presented itself. "I'm going to head back into the tunnels later. I've got plenty of things to study. If there was a way in, there would be a way out. The Forerunners were too smart not to have a fire exit." "Okay, BB, shall we get back to work?" he said, taking out his datapad. "What have you analyzed so far?" "There's a recurring symbol," BB said, using Dr. Halsey's notes. "I believe it means powered door, or a door to a power source, or even an instruction for accessing power. But there are a few things I can't interpret because there's no sentence structure. Is that a linguistic issue? Or are we talking about this being lists of isolated words? For all Phillips knew, they might have been trying to translate the Forerunner language using a department store directory. Context is everything. Describe them to me. I'm unable to interface with your datapad to show you what I mean. But if Halsey's notes are correct, then one word either means someone who lays down absolute rules or the regulations themselves. BB sounded as if it was going to lapse into being his old self. Perhaps could have sworn he was going to sigh in exasperation, but he kept on going in an uncharacteristically unemotional tone. The reoccurring symbol next to it contains a negative phoneme. I believe it's an instruction not to do something. What is it then? A warning, a keep out sign, or a 10 commandments? 11, BB said. One cartouche has 11 items. Thou shalt not. What? Phillips didn't know. He looked at the cartouche details he'd recorded for himself. He was hunting for halos. He was sure the Forerunners would not have left records of where they'd located the remaining devices, as well as the location of bunker words like Onyx. It wasn't the kind of thing they'd have kept secret. Everyone would have needed to know where they were to get to safety before the halos activated and scour the galaxy clean of sentient life. Look for references to rings, halos, circles, shield worlds, and contaminations, BB said. BB, he said. That's what I came here to find. Sandstone Quarry, Bacan, Keep, Mdama, Sing Helios. Ray Mdamna stood at the ramp to the main hatch of the Unflinching Resolve, with her pistol drawn, watching the shuttle approaching. Low over the hill, if Telcam wanted his precious warship, then she would have to come and go through her to take it. You think that's going to stop him? Forrest said beside her, one hand on his holster, showing partial solidarity. He believes his authority comes from the gods. He wouldn't dare shoot a female, she said. And he wouldn't dare shoot an elder's wife in her own keep. His brothers butchered the Relon elders in their own keep. I will not stand down. You and Jewel, you're very alike. Do you realize that? You mean that we can only be pushed so far? Movement caught her eye. She turned her head to see Naxon, one of Jewel's uncles, charging down the slope with a couple of the juvenile males behind him, pistols drawn. Rhea, you can't do this. He was beginning to show his age, but his willingness to plunge into a fight hadn't diminished. He stopped to stand between her and the shuttle that had now landed on the far side of the quarry. If this monk knows anything about Jewel's disappearance, let me deal with him. No, uncle, I'm the keep elder, while my husband is absent. Rhea tried to wave him away. I'll deal with this. They're lunatics, he snapped. I won't let you put yourself at risk. Stand back, Naxon. I mean to do this. You and the boys, you leave this to me and Force, do you understand? This won't end well, Naxon stood his ground for a few more seconds, then backed off. He didn't leave, though. Revolution or no, I'll take his head off if he harms this clan in any way. It might not come to that. Ray could now see Telcam loping down the hill with a shipmaster called Baran, and he'd seen her. She watched his head jerk back, but he didn't break his stride. He probably saw a female, an old man, and some juveniles and decided he only had to deal with force. Avumed Telcam, she said. Where is my husband? What have you done with him? Telcam bowed his head politely. My lady, I too would like to know where your husband is. Ask Force. I've looked for him. I wouldn't want to think he's defected to the Arbiter. You believe that? Ray raised her pistol, a furious reflex, but now that she'd done it, had to follow through. Naxan spat in contempt. Nobody moved. If Jewel had changed his position, changed his position. He'd have sought you out and told you to your face. No more than that, he'd come after you and kill you himself. But he went looking for you, Monk, because you never revealed where your arms came from. If anyone's playing both games, it's you." She waited for him to erupt. She was ready. She'd have moment's advantage. The moment when he hesitated to lash out because she was a female. And that was when she'd get her one shot in. He certainly hesitated, but then he shook his head slowly from side to side, puzzled. "But where did he follow?" he asked. "Where did he go?" "Damn the fool. If he's been taken by brutes, then he could betray the whole liberation." Force stepped in. "The day you declined to let him know where you were meeting the supplier." That got Telcam's attention. He shut his eyes for a few moments, as if he was racking his brain to recall the details of that day. "He was safer not knowing," he said. "But if he did follow me, then I suspect he went straight to the Arbiter afterwards." "Why?" "You're really much safer not knowing the answer. If Jewel had switched sides, he would have contacted me. He hasn't. So he must have been captured or killed." Telcam went to walk past her up the ramp, but she aimed the pistol squarely into his chest. "You do not walk away from me until you give me the answers, Fieldmaster." "I don't have one." He turned to Baran. "If he's been taken by the Arbiter's agents, we'd better find somewhere else for these ships." Baran wasn't keeping a wary eye on Nexen. Vadam would have shown up here and razed this keep to the ground by now. Not if Jules refusing to talk. He made another attempt to walk up the ramp, but now Force blocked him as well. "I understand your distress, but the coup has begun. We have to move on Vadam right now. Please stand aside. You want your ship, then you take me too, and you help me find my husband." "This isn't the time, my lady." Ray put the pistol to his head. "I insist." She was worried that the shaking in her gut would show in her hands. Would she fire? Yes, she would. She had nothing to lose. Telcam didn't so much look scared as bewildered. Perhaps Monk's wives did as they were told. Perhaps he didn't have a wife at all. "He could knock me to the ground. He's not afraid of me. Does he pity me? Does he think I'm mad?" "Very well," Telcam said. He seemed more weary than afraid. "There's no time to debate about this, but understand one thing. If Jewel is being held by the Arbiter, we might not find him. We might attack the building where he's being held prisoner. I can do nothing about that. It's better than sitting and doing nothing." Now she'd won. She tucked her pistol back into her holster, realizing she was now being swept along on a tide of her own making, that there was no way to escape. "So you're going to Vadam?" "You get the idea," Telcam said. Ray had never been inside a warship before. The scale of it, the strange smells, the confusing passages, and the decks all looked the same to her. Ask a question she knew she would have asked herself earlier. What was she actually going to do now? Forza beckoned her to sit down at the back of the bridge. "We have to embark troops first," he said. "Then we head for Vadam. Stay here, and if you see any of the brutes, and you have the slightest concern, shoot them." "Why?" "We have no guarantees of their loyalty, not even the ones who serve this vessel. This may be the time to cleanse our decks." The ship lurched and lifted from the quarry, and she caught a glimpse of her keep and her world vanishing in the view screen. Now all she had to do was wait. She was still at the mercy of the whims of the timetables of males. She watched the time crawl by, trying to understand what Baran was doing to the controls, and clutched her pistol and the grip in her hand. When the ship landed again, she had no idea where they were, but caught sight of a couple of shuttles sweeping past the view screen, and minutes later troops clattered onto the bridge, where there were no brutes among them, just Sangheili. "We have a near full crew as we need," Baran said to Telcam. He'd stare and started to pace. either spoiling for a fight or having second thoughts about the size of the task. I say we go now. There's no point in waiting for the rest. We need to assess the situation in Vadam. We have 9 vessels, and the forces for Nuon and Rotova keep by far. It'll be enough if we delay the Arbiter's allies when we reach Vadam. This buys us the extra time. Telcam hesitated for a moment. They disappoint me, but you're right. Momentum will work in our favor. If this had been Jewel in command, Rhea would have had no qualms about lecturing him on gambling with lives. But she had no authority here, and she didn't fully understand what was happening, other than working out that Telcam was starting the coup with fewer supporters than he had counted on. And I can't turn back any more than Telcam can. Forrest sat beside her. Don't worry, he said. Once we make inroads into Vadam's defenses, others will find their courage and show up. Where are we? We'll be in Vadam's border soon. You really shouldn't have done this, Ray. Jewel will kill me when he finds out that I went along with this insanity. They were still talking as if his return was imminent. She didn't dare think of anything else. I want to see what's happening. Stand to the side of the bridge and don't get in Telcam's way, Forrest pointed. You won't be able to see the great deal. The more successful we are, the thicker the layer of smoke. I'll use my imagination, she said. When she stood up and walked to the view screen, heads turned. The troops, who just boarded the ship, obviously hadn't realized that there was a female on board, and one armed at that. 1 or 2 gave her polite nods. Others stared, as if she was an abomination. She considered telling them that she'd come to find her husband, but then the thought better of it. She had no duty to explain herself to these strangers, but she could see the skyline of Vadam now, and there was smoke. The assault seemed to have started in earnest. Telcam took a call on the bridge and listened carefully. Rhea caught snatches of the conversation and could only guess what might be happening on the other end. Can you understand me? He paused and nodded. Yes, I can hear you. He's safe, and I've secured him in the temple under guards. I see. But why was that necessary? He paused again, looking irritated. Let us both hope the Arbiter knows nothing of our arrangements. Can I count on you? Whatever answer he received seemed to reassure him. Very well. He looked irritated for a moment, then picked up another communications handset and barked at someone. Olar, the scholar's escorts have come for him. Let them take him, so that we avoid inconvenient retaliation from Earth if anything goes wrong. Do you understand? Try to show restraint. That meant nothing to Rhea. Earth? How could humans retaliate? What had this war to do with any of them anyway? She was trying to work that out when the brilliant flash of white light blinded her for a few moments. A huge roar of approval went up on the bridge. When her vision cleared, she could see what had raised everyone's spirits. 2 ships were fighting slowly across the city, firing blue-white bolts on the buildings below. Whoever was down there returned fire, spitting burning arcs into the sky, but the ships continued their barrage. A slim spire next to the river took a direct hit and crumbled in slow motion, collapsing a layer at a time into the waters below. More smoke had appeared on the skyline now, reaching up into the clouds, as if it had thrown down a coil of dirty rope from the heavens. The Arbiter was under attack. This was what Jewel wanted. Ray hoped that wherever he was, he would think it was worth the price. Take us closer, Buran, and target Vadam Keep, Telcam said. But nobody is to cause damage to the relics left behind by the Forerunners, not even indirectly. Buran and a few of the other males turned to look at the monk in badly disguised disbelief. That might not be possible, brother, Buran said. And what if Vadam's forces shelter in them? Then we must find another way, Telcam said, because the gods are our reason for fighting. Chapter 5 will take place next time because it's noon and I don't want to start another chapter that's a million miles deep. We're on page 110 and that's awesome. Thank you for being part of the reading today. I hope you enjoyed it. Not a lot of chatting today, but 27 viewers. You guys are the best. Hey, Lisa, thanks for stopping by. Stick it in his pants butt. Ha ha ha. Okay. Gotta go finagle my toolbox. That's an interesting thing to call it. Ha ha. Good work, buddy. Hey, thanks. Thanks for hanging out with us today. How are you, Zero? Little bit cumbersome. Book is it's a good book so far. It's a lot of pace that I am enjoying, and that is the great. Hi, how are you guys today? I'm great. I got a Bronco. I'm still really excited about that. Hey, before I change to the Halos OST, here you go. Our music, as always, is provided by that big guy, Installation 00. He is one of the coolest people on the planet, and if you aren't already following him, you 100% should be. Dude literally gives some of the best hugs ever. Like, no joke at all. Hey, thanks for the follow. What is that? Vomit pause. Thanks, Bunny. Thanks for the follow. Anyway, go check out Installation 00 and Ambient Wonders. Hey, Dad, can you send money? I'm at lunch right now. Oh my God, is that my child? I am so sorry. Are you the one that's trying to blow me up? I'm sorry, kiddo. Hey, that's my kid checking in on the awesome. I am working on it right now, okay? Yep. Did it work? It is your child. Hey, thank you for catching me on the... Thank you for finding me on the awesome and not blowing me up on my phone, because I mute it during the awesome so that I'm not bothered. And I'm really sorry that I just finished reading, so I'm sorry that I didn't take a second to look at your text, kiddo. I hope you enjoy your lunch. I had to make a Twitch account and everything. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for following me. That is so great. I love you. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Did you get it? I sent you the thing. Everybody, that's my eldest. That's Oliver. I am so proud of Oliver. Oliver is going to culinary school and being awesome every single day. Really, really cool. Hey, if you're handing out dollars, I'm not. I'm not, but you know, that's a shirt. I've got halos to find. That is a shirt, Wolfie. I'm looking forward to giving you a huge hug in October. I'm ready to accept it. Goodbye, Dad. Have fun. All right, kiddo. Thank you so much. I love you. Give me just a second, guys. The awesome is going to continue, but I have to go and reboot my coffee first. We've got 28 people watching. Thank you so much for stopping by. We are 1,288 followers right now, and golly, every single one of you is the best. I can't do it without you. You guys make it worth doing every single day. Stay awesome for just a minute. Watch the chair. I'll switch this over to the game screen, and you guys can stare at my handsome Spartan standing in the goddammit in the launch bay. I'll join the Discord as soon as I come back, and we'll fire up the heart rate monitor, and we'll talk about the book a little bit. And all the other great things. Starring not just me, but also starring you. Alright? Give me just a minute. I'm gonna go get my coffee rebooted. Then we'll join the Discord and stuff. And just like that, we did the thing already. Isn't that cool? I'll take this jacket off because it's already a little bit warm. And hang it up where it belongs so it doesn't get ruined. And get ready to do the cool things. Hey Siri, what's the score of the Mariners game?
The Mariners are leading the Reds 4-3.
Yes!
At the top of the 8th inning.
Yes! There you go, guys. The Mariners are currently leading the Reds in the top of the 8th inning, which is that's good stuff because we're always happy about that when the Mariners win. Okay. John, don't use that kind of language. What? I'm gonna have to. Hold on a second. What pose am I gonna have to dial in for HCS? I'm so confused. What did I miss? What did I miss? Jacket off. Yes, that's correct. Jacket, as in the thing that I'm wearing. Golly. You ever get those days when you feel like your glasses don't quite work and everything's still blurry? I feel like that this morning. Gotta get the sleep out of my eyes, I feel like. Alright, guys, check it out. We're live in the Discord right now. I appreciate you you all for being awesome. You gotta come and join the Discord. It's a really big deal. Discord is super cool. Hey, one of your members shared a cosplay pic of you in our server, and I wanted you to know. Heck yes. That is so cool. That is so cool. One of the other Halo servers, somebody submitted a cosplay, a sticker of me in the cosplay, and they wanted, or a picture of me in the cosplay, and they wanted to turn me into a sticker. That is so damn cool. I am, I continue to enjoy the fact that people come back and find me in the communities, in places. It is always humbling to get someone who doesn't know me to find me and be like, I found this thing of you and we want to use it and we wanted to tell you about it. It is so, it's absolutely amazing to be recognized for the work that we put in and the effort, and stuff like that. It's so humbling because I don't deserve it. I really don't feel like I deserve all of the things that you guys bring, the awesome that you guys bring to me, so that I can exist. And I'm grateful. I'm really, really grateful that you guys do give me that opportunity to have these friendships. Not worthy. Good morning, Kevin and Timo.
Good morning. Evening.
Evening for Timo. That's right. He's on the other side of the world here.
Technically, it's past 12, so it'd be good day.
Well, I guess. Is it actually past 12 now? Oh yeah, 10 minutes.
I'm actually staying later for you today.
Are you?
Yeah, normally at this time I would sign off.
Oh, but because I was reading, you decided to stay up a little later.
Nah, basically because I'm gonna travel tomorrow with my family. We go to, I don't know, we're going somewhere with the family for the weekend, so I have time to sing.
What'd you say, Kevin?
It's Easter for people. It's the
Yes.
Holy Week.
Yes, it is. It is
Can't wait for
Easter.
the Easter weekend, so tomorrow, so that gives me time to join you guys.
Nice. Yeah, and we're doing some Easter stuff on Sunday. We're supposed to go in the morning to somewhere. No, we're going to Larry. We're going to Kristen and Larry's house. That's early out. He's in the Twitch too. He follows us.
Stalker.
He's really cool people. We've known him a long time. I'll be working tomorrow. Oh, okay, Krampus. Krampus also, you wouldn't be bored without us. I think that you might find, like, something great to do. But I appreciate you giving us the benefit of the doubt. Again, there's nothing in the store for us to look at except this bundle that I don't want to buy. I want the paint job out of this bundle.
Get it.
I have to buy the whole bundle to get the damn paint job. I don't want to spend that money to get the paint job.
Sounds like an issue. No, sorry.
I mean, you're not wrong, I guess. Here we go. We're playing Arena Social. Also, welcome, Krampus. Oh, Krampus isn't here. Krampus is not here today. He's just talking. Good afternoon, fellow players. Play nice out there. Thanks, Woofy, for joining and playing with us. He's not in the Discord, but he's in the game. Your fire team is too large for the selected activity. Okay, we'll
that's what she said.
we'll go to the squad battle. Squad Slayer and Castle Wars like yesterday.
Show me your squid.
I posted some pictures of the inside of the Bronco. No, you don't have to leave, Krampus. Bullshit. Stay with us. I'd rather have you. If you want to come get into the Discord, come get into the Discord. Try to wish people nothing but content today.
One of us. One of.
One of us. One of us. One of us. The claw. The claw.
Hooray!
The claw. I don't know the little the little words that they say.
Hope they fucking do.
I don't think that's it either. We're talking about the little green aliens in Toy Story inside of the claw machine. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what they say.
Oh, the claw.
But yeah, the Mariners are playing right now. I'm hoping they're gonna win. Be really great if they won. I would turn the radio on and listen to it in the background so I could hear it, but then you guys would be forced to hear it, and I don't know if I would get like demonetized for that. So we're not gonna do that. I'm just gonna be sad that I can't hear the game live because I'm hanging out with you guys, and which is fine. It's okay. I can't always see and hear every single game.
Record it and watch it later.
What's up?
We have to work. Now we have to choose between us or them.
Did you say slay her? Beautiful. Here we go. We're gonna slay her.
If only I could. No.
I have nobody. Wow. Wow, I didn't realize that you had such an amazingly high-pitched singing voice, Kevin.
But that was me.
I know, I was just waiting for Kevin to give me a reaction.
You beautiful. Fuck.
Hey, Kevin, did you have pizza for dinner last night?
Why?
Why not?
I can't eat pizza for the most part.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
Enemy sniper. Am I ping?
Timo would make a wonderful
told you what I
choir
had.
boy. Did you have salad last night with like chicken or something?
Oh, tuna fish sandwiches. Remember?
Oh, yeah. Sorry,
Quiet, boy.
I misplaced that one. I don't want to sound underwhelmed, but tuna fish sandwich is not my favorite. I'm dead. I want pizza. That's what I want. I had lemon peppered shrimp last night for dinner, and then I had what else did I have? I had lemon peppered shrimp on some white rice, and I had some charred, like, blackened vegetables. So, like, yellow zucchini, regular green zucchini, bell peppers, like, of many different colors. And, you know, I can't shoot anyone if I don't see anyone. Oh, shit. Here he is. Get out of here. Oh, I'm gonna die. Maybe I'll live. Nope, they died first. Bail out. We're gonna die. Anyway, it was pretty good. It was pretty good stuff. We had homemade smashed burgers for dinner. Smash burgers are good. I love making smash burgers.
I made some burgers myself.
Let's see. What else? You gun. Gun, Timo. Gun. Or let Woofy gun.
Aha! No, sorry, Woofy.
Oh,
Womp
sorry,
womp.
Woofy. Womp womp.
No, he can
Oh,
have
come
it.
on, Woofy. Get in the gun. Get in the gun. Woofy, get in the gun. Get in the gun. Get in the gun. Get in the gun. In the
Okay.
gun. In the gun. One of
Here's
us.
the run.
Thank you.
I'm gonna steal a few for you.
Yeah, I'm done. Dead.
You're
That
dead.
sucks.
Anyway, so we had that. That was what we did. It was cool. And then after, let's see, what else did I do last night? Did we go to baseball practice last night? Was last night baseball practice, or was that Tuesday night? No. No. Last night we, oh shit. Don't worry, I got you. Why'd you jump out? You just gave him the hog, Woofy. What'd you do?
Communicating. Non-existent.
He's like, I'm just gonna give this away to them dudes. Give me my Jurassic Park fucking hog, douchebag. Where you at, Woofy?
Kidding me? Ow.
Dummy. Get in here. Don't get out of the gun again. Just keep oh.
Grandpa's camping the skewer. Oh fuck, enemy has sniper.
Damn it. So anyway, it was a good day. It was a good day. We had a good day yesterday. Whatever the fuck I ended up doing, I don't even remember. I went to town with my wife after the stream was over. We went for a walk. We did some grocery shopping. We got our oil changed. Then we came back home. I got nothing else. I gave away a bunch of fencing today I had a pallet of old chain link fence. I gave it away. A guy came and got it this morning before the awesome. That was cool. So now my yard is like more clean and nice. John, yes, what? I went to town on my wife. I said I went to town with my wife.
Potato.
I mean, I do in fact go to town on my wife, but that is for a different time of conversation. Like, that's not...
Much information?
This is not what we should be talking about right now.
Please share the deeds.
Gratefully, I'm grateful that my wife is currently at the ocean with my son and is not watching the awesome to talk about me saying that I went to town on her. But I'm just saying, TMI? No. That's love. And love is important. It's what the world needs.
It's rated M for mature.
M for mature, that's right. Oh, and the world needs love, and it... Kevin, you don't know. No, it's...
Spell love backwards. It's evil.
In any case, Kevin, all I'm saying is, the world needs love. Sweet love.
Oh.
I'm dead.
Evil, I tell you. Evil. She's a witch. Allegedly.
She's a maniac, maniac on the floor. I'm dead. I got nothing.
Oh. It appears you have died it.
It appears I have died it. Yeah, yep. Yeah, right? I'm just standing here in the corner, staring out the window.
Enemy sniper on my axe. Careful, he's on top of the whatever the fuck you wanna call it. Yeah, there. Wherever that thing is. Wolfie. Yes, it's an enemy with a sniper. And you don't play nice.
Oh, I thought these were doors. My bad. 5 minutes remaining. Oh, hi. Oh,
That's me in the corner. That's me in the spotlight.
Oh, God.
Losing my religion.
That's me in the corner.
Dude, why are you hitting me? This is awesome. You can like totally. There are two. Uh-oh. That was bad. Hey, Woofy, you can shoot through that window and kill dudes. Fuck that Oni
Enemy
bastard.
sword on my axe. Krampus is meantime without.
That's either R-rated or she has really strong legs, Zero says. I'm gonna let you figure that out for yourself. You've met the woman. I would say that she has pretty strong legs. She's carried the kids on her back before. Both of them at one time. Oh no! Bomb, beat 'em. Damn, we're up to 52 subs. Oh, hey, that reminds me. Jimmy gifted 5 subs yesterday, and I missed it. And then after the stream was over, he was like, "Great show today, John. Except you didn't shout me out for the 5 subs that I gifted you your chair." It was a joke. I know that he was like not upset with me, but I still feel like I need to shout him out because I fucked up. So thanks, Jimmy, for the gifted subs. And I talked to my next door neighbor about the LLC stuff this morning. She's gonna come and sit down with me this week. After, well, it'll probably be next week because this week is already pretty tight. But we're gonna get that stuff. You're welcome, chair, Jimmy. But yeah, we're gonna get some more cool shit going on. I got a whole bunch of shit showing up for my Bronco today. I'm gonna make like a video about it. Like I'm gonna do like one of those. I'm gonna try to do a cool transition thing where I'm like, look at the inside of my Bronco, and then I'm gonna like snap my fingers, and it's gonna be like all of a sudden better. At least that's what I think in my mind. What it'll probably look like is like a 5-year-old made something, and you know. You guys will be like, "God damn, John, you need help." And I'll be like, "That's true." I mean, if you literally ride her to town, she's got some serious endurance. Oh, she does have some serious endurance. Oh my god, I'm gonna get in so much trouble later. If Oliver is still watching, I'm cooked. 100%. Oliver's gonna tell on me. Oh my god.
Just make a snip of it and clip it and send it.
And just send it to her on Discord? Oh my god. Don't get any don't get any ideas. Why would you guys tattle on me like that?
Because we can.
I mean, you certainly can. YouTube upload for some reason today's YouTube upload did not work. What do you mean? Is it not streaming live right now?
Or he meant maybe his own.
Or were you uploading something that I missed out on? Don't say that to me now. I'm about to upload my ODP most detailed. Oh. Well,
Is it awkward?
if it, in other words, maybe you should call it the most derailed breakdown. If it doesn't load, you can get it. Most derailed breakdown.
I got a Banshee.
Hi, Banshee. I'm dead.
Oh fuck. Someone pinged me.
Oh.
No.
To hide the evidence. That's funny. I can't. I don't know why. I have no idea why today's YouTube is inaccessible. Huh.
30 seconds remaining.
I don't care. If my wife found out about it, she'd probably giggle. I was worried when the Book Daddy thing happened because I thought my wife was gonna, like, be upset about that, and she embraced that bigger than shit. I mean, big enough that she painted the cup with the sandwich. Oh, so, hey, Oakham, in honor of the sandwich, we should, like, maybe do a sticker. Also, back to the Sandwich Club. We gotta do that Sandwich Club plaque. I want to turn that into a patch. Lies. What are the lies? I'm here. Oh. Yeah, that needs to be a merch sticker. Yeah, exactly. And then some of the, again, we have to... It sucks because one of my old mods, techie dude, haven't seen him for a long time. Hope he got married and his life is great. Maybe he's got kids, don't know. He was from Tacoma and Close, one of my very first mods. Haven't seen him. Yeah, we need to get a merge. I'm just trying to get that LLC thing done so that none of that merch, because look, guys, we're growing slowly right now. Someday soon we're gonna explode. It's gonna be big. We're gonna be huge, right? And like the broner that I have for all of you, huge. Anyway, when it happens, no, not just a run-of-the-mill sandwich. When that happens, the merch and stuff is gonna hit, and you guys are. We want to have stickers for like all of the things, like all of the little quotable Johnisms that we could say. Sell some sticker packs. The pineapple grenades are gonna go up there. Those are handmade by me. I print them in a resin printer. I'm gonna get a new resin printer soon. I still haven't yet, but I'm going to. So we got so much stuff going on. It's gonna be really, really cool. And a merch store. I mean, Installation 00 has already been working on some secret shirt designs that I'm very excited about. The return of the Spartan John action figure will happen as soon as Lena finishes repainting my face on the action figure. What are you babbling about in the chat, Timo?
No, I'm looking for the way to get Krampus, to say the fuck word, cause somehow Autumn Streamlabs blocks it, so I'm gonna do the autumn mode settings. Yeah.
All right, let's play another game. It's still squad battle. It is still squad battle. Hey, Hero Timo added fuck to the list of words you can type.
So, Krampus, if you want to swear, please go ahead so I can check if I did the right thing.
I found another robot arms video.
Oh God. You and the robot arms, Kevin.
This one's really cool. It's a pretty hot chick with 2 robot arms. Really. They're even detachable, which is even more cool because she can detach them and control them.
I can't have this on the awesome today. All right? I can't do it. Like, I am in a place right now in my mind that I cannot drag the awesome to because of you. We can't. Alright, tools are successful in my car as of now, and I'm throwing away my actual toolbox because whatever sent it over to this building bent the ever-loving shit out of it. Oh, okay. That's unfortunate. Strato says, hey, everybody. Welcome, Strato.
Hot UK chick, blonde, and she's got 2 robotic arms, and they both can be disconnected, and she can operate her hands remotely.
I mean... Again. I can't even talk about it.
Slayer.
Woofy says all of you know. All of you, N-O. Like, just know.
Oh my.
What if my hand was my penis?
But what if one?
Oh my god. Martin from... Oh no, that
Nikki.
wasn't Martin, that was Nikki.
What if my hand was my pee? Space.
Hmm.
Ness.
Wow.
My nest has a pee in it.
Old school simplicity.
I hope it's not your own
kills,
pee.
more better.
No, stop, don't know.
Oh wow, Krampus got run over.
Oh no.
Yeah, by a teammate.
Hmm. Pieces of candy. Candy for me. Pieces of candy to run over the... I get a warthog and 2 here.
Can't say I've played on this map before.
I don't think I've ever played on this map before either.
Horror map. Yeah. It's a Halo 4 react. Yeah. I know meltdown? No.
I just picked up rockets.
I'm dead.
Being bullied. Stop bullying me. Someone stole my turret.
Lead.
Direct rocket shot, not kill everybody in the Warhawk.
Your mind was headed to Gutter Town, and all I could picture was that one scene from Golden Boy. That's hilarious.
Ah! Krampus! Krampus!
The motherfucker that just ran me over made my game crash.
Oh
wait.
no!
Holy fuck. Sorry, I
I'm
didn't
gonna
know that.
flay him.
Krampus was so salty that he populated into the chat to tell us. Good afternoon, Krampus. We love you. How are you today, my friend?
To a fucking belt.
Power items available.
Sorry, Krampus, to hear that your game crashed.
There's rockets somewhere. I found them.
Probably
I was murdered by them. Consumed by them. In the fires of rockets. Twice. He found me a second time. Did you enjoy the story today? I often worry for Krampus's blood pressure. Right?
it should be okay.
Holy cow.
My blood pressure is is hereditary and it's low. Yes.
No, I mean, someone just used a brute chopper without using the brute chopper. Like, careful, John, gonna run. Ask you. Oh, hey, there's a regen.
Dickbag.
I drove a ghost off the cliff.
Did you just laugh at me calling that guy a dickbag?
No, I just drove a ghost off a cliff.
Oh, Somebody started. Oh, that was you giggling about driving the ghost off the cliff? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Totally coincidental, so.
Power items on the way, Spartan. We got power
Can't talk, Dad. I'm on. Can't talk, Dad. I'm in the awesome at the moment.
Oh no, someone stole my.
That was my dad calling me back.
Your dad?
Mm-hmm. I called him this morning to tell him that I bought a Bronco. He talked to me for a little bit and then was like, I gotta go. And I was like, where are you going? He's like, to do stuff. And I was like, great.
Okay, bye. And me as ghost. I don't like the ghost.
God, those are my damn favorite.
enemy halfway to victory.
Hey Siri, did the Mariners win today?
The Mariners and the Reds are tied with 7 apiece in the top of the 9th inning.
Crap.
And did they win?
They're tied at the in the top of the 9th inning with 7 runs each.
Okay, and for people who don't understand sports,
Baseball is a game of 9 innings. You get 3 outs per inning. There's a top half and a bottom half of each inning because each team gets 3 outs. In each half of the inning, you do one of 2 things: you bat or you field. You do both things. You do both things to finish an entire inning. You have to do both things. You bat and field. There is one exception to that rule, and that's the 9th inning. If you're the home team and you are ahead at the end of the batting for the away team, then you don't have to bat because you already won the game. But in any case, they're in the 9th inning. At the top of the 9th inning, the Mariners are away, which means they're batting first. And the game is tied at 7 runs. So if they score none, and the team that they're playing against scores a run afterwards, then the other team wins. So the Mariners need to score a few runs, and then also give up no runs after that in order to win. I think that's about the easiest way that I can explain the game of baseball.
okay.
That's bullshit! Did I do a good job, Zero?
5 minutes remain.
I think Zero is a secret American baseball fan. I think that he thinks cricket is bullshit.
Nah, he's a darts fan. Definitely darts. He has a chopper. Never mind.
Oh, bullshit! Well, he says he doesn't like real sports. He doesn't like any sports really except for parkour, and that's not really a sport. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair, but how can you not like sports?
Enemy team nearing victory.
I mean, I understand that
like
you
skate
don't.
shooting and golf.
Skeet shooting and golf. That's what I'm saying. Golf, for sure. How are you not swinging the sticks, Martin? How are you not swinging the golf club with all of the science that goes into, like, and the athleticism and the, what else do you call it? Get out of here, you son of a bitch.
The hand-ball coordination, hand-eye coordination.
Ball coordination.
Yes, I
In the
did.
back out of the last match, the anger. That's not how I enjoy Halo PvP. I understand, Woofy. Some days, man. Some days.
Let's do my best.
I don't know how I didn't just kill that guy.
Buenos dias, muchachos.
Bro, Chacho.
Hola, hermana.
I'm telling
¿Cómo
you,
estás, amiga?
I'm telling you, Martin, if you come out here for more than just HCS for a few days, if you stay like longer than that, you can 100%. We could try to get out. I don't know. October's tough, but we could try to get out on the golf course. If you played golf, there's a lot of peace to be had there. That's why I take several Fridays a year off to go play golf. I love the sport. And then you guys have, hey, Jimmy. And then you guys have, the other thing about it is, like, the British, they have a lot of great golf courses. Like, lots of great golf courses. Anyway, I love golf.
Fair.
And I think you should love
More
golf
about
too.
entertainment.
Because I love golf.
A fun fact about the golf bags. Do you know what else you can use them for?
Carry your body.
Better, you can carry a gun in those.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't like soccer or football either. Or hand egg or rugby or
What is handbag?
hand egg.
Oh, hand egg. Oh, American football.
Yes, that word.
Rugby, same thing.
Amerikkalainen
But I do love to
jalkapallo.
Which car is the fastest on a track? Not an
NASCAR.
oval one.
NASCAR,
oval.
just make a left turn all the time.
Well, I mean,
Or straight.
I mean, if you go straight, you will hit a wall.
why doesn't golf make any sense to you? You have... Golf is the ultimate... Golf is... Alright. I'm going to give hockey credit because golf and hockey, similar but different. Hockey is full contact. Golf is no contact. Alright? Think about it like this.
Contact.
Golf is no contact. I mean, it's contact between a golf club and a golf ball, but it's not like physically
Ever
like...
seen Happy Gilmore?
All right, but what I'm saying, though, is beyond Happy Gilmore, what I'm saying is that, every club face, okay, is a different degree of angle. All right? So, and you can go look them up. Every club manufacturer has a different design of golf club. The chemical makeup of the golf club is different. How they made it is different. So, the material matters. The golf ball that you buy matters. You really... If you care, it matters, okay? So I play golf, hit a small ball into a hole from fucking miles away. It's not like pool, because the stick is crooked and fucked up. It's not a straight shot. You got water and sand traps and trees and all the other shit in the way. Yet there's that cute little flag in the hole to give you hope. That's 100% accurate. But, like I said, everything matters. How high up you tee the ball. You know, what kind of clubs, what kind of ball. If you use a glove on your left hand or your right hand. If you use a glove on both hands. What your grip looks like. You know, how you swing the club. There are so many little nuances to the game that I thought an engineer like you, a scientist like you, would be interested in the sport just because of all the facets of the game. Because, like, the way that you swing the golf club matters. The way that the golf club impacts the golf ball matters. The spin on the golf ball matters. So, you're always competing with yourself. That's what I love about golf. Every time you go, the only person you could compete with your friends. I have a bunch of friends who I compete with. I always knew that we were competing, but I never took it as competition until this year when I bought brand new golf clubs, and I regressed a little bit because new golf clubs are different. The lengths are different. I hit them differently. And because of that, I have to learn the new golf clubs. Did the dog chew on? No, 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 no. She didn't. My old golf clubs were 20 years old. It was the last set of new golf clubs that I bought, and so it was time to buy a new pair. It's been 20 years. I love horses. They're magnificent, noble beasts, but riding them is like bastards. To win a race against other horses is testing human capabilities. And the horse falls and it breaks a leg. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I completely appreciate the human physicality and mental faculties. That's why I like parkour. Yeah, I was gonna say I really think that if we had the opportunity to go golf, if you came out here and we went golfing together, I think that golf would change your life. I really do. It is one of my favorite sports. I've been playing it since I was a kid. The biggest problem with golf that we play today is that it is expensive. It is not a cheap sport. It is really hard to get into the hands of youth because you have to have access to golf courses, and golf courses these days are run by private clubs. There are some municipal courses that are run by the city, but they become less and less easy to access. The cost is vast. It's kind of mocking your listing of golf benefits argument. I disagree. What do you mean? What do you mean you disagree? Anyway, we'll start the match. Keep talking, but yeah, no, I'm listening. That's a great point. Cost is a big thing too. Parkour. I was whack on a pair of sneakers and I'm on the way. You will hate golf if you don't stay hydrated and wear a hat. That's not true. You don't have to wear a hat. I'm from a generation of kids where some of the newer golfers were wearing, what do you call those, parasols? What are they? Visors. It's like, it's like a build hat with like a clear, and then your hair is just spiky out of the top. I wear a baseball cap. You can see pictures if you're part of the Spartan Space. You can click on out in left field, and you will find pictures of me golfing because I love to post them. Hey Siri, what's the score of the Mariners game?
The Reds game has gone into extra innings. In the top of the 10th, the score is 8-7 Mariners.
Ooh, the Mariners are up 8-7 in extra innings. Top of the 10th inning right now.
I have no clue what that means.
I'll explain baseball to you again. I explained it earlier. I'll explain it to you again after the awesome is over today, okay? It's a really fun sport. I love it. Again, come and play golf with me, Martin. Would you just I think you would enjoy it. I think we could I would share that sport with all of my friends. I also enjoy bowling. Do you bowl, Martin? Do you bowl? And I'm not talking about that duck pin bullshit where you have this tiny ass little fist-sized bowling ball that you're supposed to chuck at little baby pins. Fuck that. Real bowling. Jumping over rooftops makes up less than 1% of 1% of 1% of what parkour is. Most of the time, parkour doesn't even involve rooftops at all. I mean, you're right. Done it a few times. Never really enjoyed it. No. Bowling?
Paintball is something I do like.
Go ahead, Kevin. What are you saying?
If you want to give Martin an experience he can't get over in the UK, for what I know, take him to a shooting range.
Take him to a shooting range? I'm sure I'd enjoy playing golf with you, John, but I'd enjoy it because I'm with you, not because it's golf. Yeah, but I think that when you share a sport with a person and you like, if you enjoy the sport because we shared it, there's value in that. And if you find that you enjoy the sport not just because we shared the sport, but because you actually begin to enjoy it, there's value in that too. You know, golf teaches me a lesson like every single day. Yeah, every time I play it, it teaches me something. It teaches me something about myself. It teaches me something about whoa. It teaches me something about I have shooting range 10 minutes from my house. I've applied for a membership so I can basically test some upcoming. Well, that's cool. I have a shooting range in the woods about 15 minutes from my house. And I could just go out there and shoot whenever I want. So, I mean, I get it. Being able to shoot is awesome. We should do that as well. I think that would be kick-ass.
What you can shoot is probably different, I would expect.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the CMP to finally release the 249S model. And if you don't know about this, so the military operates the 249 Bravo. This is a squad automatic weapon chambered in, I believe, 5.56.
Yes.
Yep, they are selling the squad automatic weapon now, and they are selling it to military veterans, and there's a whole list of people who can purchase this through the CMP program, which is the Civil Marksmanship program. So you will be able to buy a belt-fed 249, but it will be semi-automatic. So they are taking the trigger mechanisms apart and disabling them, so they will be one shot, one trigger pull per one shot, squad automatic weapons. I'm here with you. I'm very excited about the possibility to acquire one of these pieces of American history for my collection of weapons. You can buy a 210. Yeah, but this is a 249. It's yeah, isn't that going to be amazing? I'm just saying, I got my M1 Garand through the CMP program. It's a really great program.
I would love to get my hands on a PKM.
Yeah, we don't get that kind of stuff. The stuff that we do get is the stuff that we do get, the overshield is burned. The stuff that we do get through the CMP is like, it's old military stock. Like, I have an M1 Garand from, I want to say it was like post World War II, but pre-Korean War era. It's an M1 Garand chambered in 308. So it's still a 30 caliber chamber, but it's a 308 instead of 30-06, which is what most of the M1 Garands are chambered in. So it's a really cool it's a really cool weapon. Blah 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 numbers, blah 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 guns, cool, shoot for all the people that don't care.
No idea, Krampus. Yes.
How does that shoot? The M1 Garand, it's gas operated, reciprocating gas operated. So when it shoots, the gas, the blowback from the shell discharges the round, and then a spring tension allows it to reciprocate another round into place. And it's 7 rounds. 7 rounds, and then you hear the ping.
It is 8.
Is it 8? Oh, it is 8. You're right. I only put 7 in my stripper clip because I think that it saves the spring. That's my fault. It is 8. I mean, how does it feel? It feels pretty okay. I mean, it without the butt pad, you can rally through the rounds pretty fast, and that's pretty cool. But Your arm is your arm, if you're not used to it, is gonna hurt. You're gonna feel it. It's gonna be numb at first, and then it's gonna bruise. And the trick is to just hold it tight to your shoulder, so you know it doesn't beat the shit out of your shoulder. But some people don't hold it tight to their shoulder, and then it's like clack, 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 like into your shoulder repeatedly. Just bruise the shit out of you. So if you know how to shoot it, you'll be fine.
Never shot a real gun before yet.
Oh my god. I would say that the 308, the M1 Garand 308 kicks about, I would say it kicks a little bit more than my AR-10, which is chambered in it's a 308 chambered gun. Yeah.
Go fuck yourself, shitbag.
Hey, what's up, kid? How you doing? I got something for you, bitch bag. Chow.
Traded. The only thing I've
Oh shit! Go ahead.
is a air rifle.
Doing good.
You do.
Air rifle? Yeah.
I do competitive air rifle shooting, so
Okay.
things you'd see at the Olympic Games.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Are you gonna, like, try to qualify
One
for the
shot.
Olympic Games someday?
Oh, no, I'm never that. I won't
Kill
Why
the
not?
Fucking, somebody kill
Yes,
that
yes.
wraith.
Why not?
Yes.
I'd love to see you with your own handmade pair of weird glasses and your, like, weird-ass, not appropriate shooting stance, like, with one eye closed, shooting halfway across the ice to the little target.
Yeah, no, I like the sports, but that's it. I don't.
Okay, that's fair.
It's more of a Sunday morning sport. I do.
I used to go hunting with this guy. One of the things I love about my Bronco is I'm gonna be able to go hunting. I love hunting. I'm gonna start hunting again in the winters. Now that my son is old enough, I think maybe
Wait,
I'll
what?
see if I can get what? What?
Sorry, side tangent. I just got I killed the wraith with the banshee while I shot it with an AR.
Oi nyt saatana huono. Tota.
Campus, you okay?
Well, anyway,
No, I'm not good because I'm surrounded by these fucking bastards.
Yes,
we're
yes.
down 4 kills.
May they suffer an eternal agony of broken bones
Oh, fuck.
and skin lesions.
Broken bones and skin diseases. May they suffer
Skin
content.
lesion.
Oh, skin lesions. Oh, okay.
Kevin, you only died twice. Oh, fuck.
Kevin is the man. Anyway, what was I saying? Has it bitten me yet? No, because I'm not fighting a war, and I'm not reloading it so fast that I'm gonna get the bite. But I'll tell you there is one weapon I don't have in my collection that someday I do want, and that's a scar. I would love a scar, and they chamber it in 308, which is the best. So, you know, I would love that too. Ooh, take that, Krampus. Get out of here.
Heal that fucking guy first.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Just go.
I can't because I got shocked.
Did you go?
Hey,
You're out now, right?
I finally got to go.
There you go. Good job, buddy. So, let's see. What else? I don't know. Someday I would really love to shoot a Thompson. I've never shot a Thompson before.
Rockets on my X. Careful. No one claimed
Chicago
it yet.
typewriter?
A what?
Chicago typewriter?
Yeah, the street sweeper. Yeah. I would love it. I would love to shoot one of those someday. Piece of candy. Piece of candy. Happy Thursday, guys. Did you all enjoy the book reading today? Oh, hey, buddy. Yoink. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, the book reading was good.
Sweet. Oh, I killed that guy with the dynamo. That really feels bad. We're up to 5 to win. 4 to win
Oi
now.
saatana, homo.
Fuck
Tapai. Saatana.
Oh shit!
Right.
Oh, sniper! Good lord! Sniper in the
Fuck that
back.
guy. Fuck
Okay.
that guy to the moon.
Lose.
Toodaloos, Roger. Toodaloos.
Fuck! Sniper right side.
Damn.
Fuck.
Guys, I have to take a leak and reboot my coffee, and then we'll keep talking about this when I come back. What about skiing, Martin? Snow skiing. I snowboard. I used to snowboard. I'll talk about this more when I come back. Just wait. We'll be right back. All right. We're back for the last hour of the awesome.
Alright.
All right, how are you guys doing? I got a Jimmy. I got a Pickle Weasels with me now. How you doing, Manny?
Doing good, John.
Good to see you, buddy. I'm glad that you have found yourself some time every day to come and be awesome with us. It's much appreciated. Your presence is always welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Dude, yeah. No. It's cool. You're sort of part of the family. And
I hope so.
you know,
Kinda
so
sort of married part of the family.
well
kinda,
that
sort of.
that's what I'm saying, right? So, we're supposed to maybe be better about it. I guess. I don't know.
Fuck.
We came from a different time, I think. Well, no, you're just a baby too, aren't you? You're in your 30s, like early 30s. Yeah.
No, I just turned 42 on Saturday.
Oh shit, really? Okay.
Really? Happy birthday, man.
I knew it was your birthday, but I thought you were still younger. My bad. So we're the same age then. Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's what Nikki said. It was his, what
Gen
did
Y.
she call it? His 42nd, his hitchhiker's birthday.
That's right. That's
what
right. She
called it.
did. She did say that. You're right. You're right.
I am the answer.
My bad.
No worries.
I'll be 43
Yeah,
this
you're
year,
old.
so I'll be 40. You.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure that you are the youngest here, Timo.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
children.
think that's right. We're rebelling against Kevin, who is the old goat here in the stream at the moment. He is
Your ex is the youngest.
he is the eldest of us all at the moment, and he will not agree. He is fighting the torch that he says that we're not Gen Xers, Maddie. I tell him that 82 is definitely Gen X. He showed me an article on the internet that says that we're not, and he's been
I can show another article
a-
that shows that we are.
and he's been a butthole about it since.
Yeah, nope. If I can remember getting kicked out of the house until the streetlights came on,
Life before the internet.
You are
Yeah.
at best a exennial.
don't start making up words like that.
I remember that.
You
I was
are-
born in
you-
'84.
You are Gen Y, or you're an exennial, but you're not
No.
Gen X.
No, I'm Gen X. There's no
So-
millennials. That sounds like some weird alien creature that they haven't come up with for the Alien franchise.
Oh shit!
The word sooner was
So I would argue that the Xennial is listed as 77 to 85, and they're listed as a micro generation according to most internet sources.
A micro generation.
That's correct, because it's children that existed that grew up with both experiences. So what they're saying is that you were young enough that your life was shaped by interaction of both experiences, not just one or the other, is basically what the explanation is. So we all grew up like Gen Xers, but then we also grew up in the infancy of the internet. So we experienced it much differently than it's experienced today, which is supposedly sets us apart from the millennials in that way. I still feel like that's bullshit. I think I'm a goddamn Gen X. I'm selling it that
Watched
way.
the
I don't
original
care.
Star Wars when it came out in the theater. That's period. That's like Gen X right there. If you
I
didn't
mean,
watch the original
okay.
Star Wars when it came out in the theater, that's it.
What if I watched
you
the
remember it?
original Star
You
Wars when
watched
it
it,
came
but
out in
you
the theater
recall.
the second time?
I recall it.
What if I
Yeah,
watched
'cause I've seen
the
the movie multiple times, but come on now.
What if I watched
No,
the
I-
original
no, I
Star
can tell
Wars
you
when it
what
came out
scene
of
I
the
was
theater the
sitting
second
in.
time?
How old were you when that movie came out?
I was approximately 4 years old, and I can remember.
You don't.
I
No,
remember.
no,
I
dude, no.
remember the theater I watched it in. I remember the
You
the
remember the
exact
memory that
seat
you
I was in.
created. You remember the thing that the image that you created, but
I remember
you don't
going
that
to
4-year-old memory.
grocery. Yeah, I do.
Okay, what about this? I mean, I think
Painted it in your head
Here,
enough.
I think that you painted a great bar actually the other day when we were just talking about it, Kevin. And the bar that you painted was, do you remember, were you alive for the Twin Towers, when the Twin Towers fell? I think that was a really great bar. Because there are some people there are definitely millennials who are alive and remember that. But,
Oh yeah.
That's Gen
Another-
Z.
Another good
That's
one would
Gen
be
Z. Gen Z
watch,
is.
Challenger explosion? Do you remember the Challenger explosion?
I do.
Heck yeah, I remember.
I don't remember it like I didn't watch it on TV, but I remember it. I don't remember watching it live. I was like a kid.
I'll tell you this. I remember the Challenger explosion because I got the captain's autograph just months before.
Yeah, you were telling me about that.
He was at a local airfair, Yakima, because he's from the Yakima Valley. And he was there, he was signing autographs. I got 2 autograph pictures of him.
You
Right
remember
up there.
you remember the Twin Towers falling, Martin? Is that what you're commenting on?
I think he was talking about the Challenger.
Oh, I don't think Martin was born when the Challenger exploded. Martin is just a baby.
Z is Twin Towers.
Yeah, Twin Towers, man. That was the whole world did change that day.
Oh, what are we playing? Castle Wars?
Castle Wars, buddy.
Castle Wars.
It's
New. I like it. Oh God, there's a warthog.
preferred weapon, Warthog.
Another warthog.
Oops, sorry.
I hope you
Oakham!
remember the.
Sorry
I
for
mean,
the...
That was
the
weird.
year that Towers fell is the same year the Xbox came out. So
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Coincidence?
Challenger
I'm in your
was
base.
Challenger was 3 years before
Oh, they
you.
got me. I was on the flag and they got me.
Mm.
I'm sad. The one thing I'm sad about is missing Mount St. Helens.
Is everyone buckled in?
That
I
would've
did.
been awesome to see.
I lived through that.
Yes.
I think it says something about humanity that we mark our ages and our experiences by the trauma and the horrible things that have happened. I mean, aside from the Star Wars release, have we named anything that was positive?
Fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah, the fall of the Berlin Wall.
Hefe.
That's right. The
that
fall. I remember the fall of the Berlin Wall. That's fair.
At least that's a good fall.
Yeah, oh, enemy cloaked on flag. Cap, enemy has flag, cloaked. No flag, he's up top, at top, go after it. Come on, boys.
We're trying.
I'm trying to.
I'm out of grapples.
Well, now wait a second.
Waiting. Waiting.
We found the Titanic in my lifetime.
Enemy captured your flag.
How do you get cloaking in?
Enemy on the flag.
I feel like that's an accurate statement.
Intercepted.
Good-looking is, I think, somewhere on the left or right.
Oh god. Oh god. This is gonna hurt.
Yep.
See, they basically found Amelia Earhart.
I did see that just the other day. I was watching a video about that they believe they finally found her plane. I thought it was interesting because, well, here's the interesting thing. So, the Navy, everyone had thought that they exhausted the search and that she had died. They always thought that she had died on Howland Island, but
Fuck off my flag.
or that she was trying to find Howland Island and lost it and died on an island called Nicomaroro, which is like another island that's close to that, within 100 miles, 100 square miles or something like this. But there was a theory that recently came out from, I can't remember who she was, but she was looking at the problem from a different place of aviation, and I don't know exactly. Like I said, I'm very cloudy on how exactly this went because I've only heard a little bit about it. But what she said was, she said that as a navigator, they navigated in the direction of the globe that was opposite of the norm, and for whatever reason, there was a situation with the day change when they were going across the Pacific westward.
Cloaked on our flag. You just jacked it.
On the flag, Roger.
Left
On the flag,
side.
Roger. And so,
It was a very common navigational mistake made.
yeah, so basically, instead of, because of the direction of flight that they were going, instead of losing a day, they stayed on the same day when they flipped over. And so there was no calculation for that made in the charting and the navigation. And, well, so they assumed there was no calculation made. And if we assume that human error allowed Fred Noonan to not make that calculation, then that provided an additional search grid that was unexplored based on the numbers of the
Cloaked on our
last
flag again.
radio call that Amelia Earhart made. And so when they ran those numbers, they determined that there was another island that she could have possibly tried to land at, and they determined that she ran out of gas. And where they determined she ran out of gas is exactly where they feel like they have now found the airplane almost completely intact. They've had several different searches over several years to determine that they believe it is in fact the Amelia Earhart's
How the fuck do
airplane.
you not die to that swing, you fucking
It's
bastard?
not though. I'm looking at the article now. I mean, I know what you're talking about. Using sonar images off of Howland Island and whatnot.
No, it's not
Get our flag.
it's not Howland Island. It's a different island. Now, what they're assuming, what they said was that they believe that both
Overshield flag.
what they said on the video that I was watching was is that they believe that both actually theories are
What the
connected.
fuck? I had full shields.
So they believe that she crash landed in this spot where they believe she ran out of gas had they made this mistake in navigation. And then from that, they believe that they used some of the airplane parts to float to the island of Nicaragua where she then died.
Okay, because the article I'm looking at says someone thought they found her plane in 2024, and it turned out that it was just a rock formation that had a similar look. So I wasn't sure if that was what we were still talking about. What we were talking about, because that was my latest update was.
No, this has to do with like I said, it has to do with the navigation theory that they forgot to when they crossed over that day terminator, they forgot to
Where? I need help.
in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, the date line is in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, the international date line.
Touch the flag.
Oh yeah, we got it.
So anyway, I think that's pretty cool. I'm really excited to really, I think that if we actually are able, I think we have the technology to go down and look and see if that really is the plane and identify it. I think it would be really great to find out. And then also, if we can get down there and look at it, if we find bodies, we will have closure for sure. There will be no, if it is her plane and we find bodies, then there's no question then, right? We just know. As tragic as it is, I would rather believe that the aliens picked her up and she's on some other planet in the Delta Quadrant. That's what I hope.
Eaten by a bunch of crabs.
Time to play offensive.
I don't know how I survived that.
I don't think bones would last that long under the water like that. To tell you the truth.
Yeah, I mean, you might be right. It depends on how intact the airplane is.
I think by now I imagine she's buried in layers of sediment.
We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
Fuck you, stoic bastard.
Nope. They got it.
Yeah, I was there, but I was like floating. I couldn't do anything about it. So yeah, anyway, so that would be great. That would be a good piece of historical news if we found Amelia Earhart and what happened. The other one that I really want to find out is what happened to Flight 19. I think she got munched on. Yeah, that's what she said, Krampus. Chewed on by the crabs. Flight 19 may not have any historical importance to a lot of you guys, but Flight 19 was a flight of Navy TBM Avengers that left Florida on a training flight around the Bermuda Triangle and then just fucking vanished. Nobody knows where they are. And then what adds even more mystery to it is that a TBM Mariner, a float plane for the Navy, was dispatched to go out and find the flight or help locate the flight, and it also exploded and was lost. And I don't know if they ever found it. So there's lots of airplanes missing and lots of theories on where they could be, but we have not found any of them.
What about Roanoke Island?
So Roanoke Island, that's a place I never want to go to.
But why?
Never. I wonder why. The Roanoke Monster. I wonder where that shit came from. No, thank you. I'd rather go to LBL and find the Dogman from there. No,
I'd rather
thank
go to
you.
Snake Island near Brazil. Or,
Um,
you know.
Maybe Woofy. I'm not sure. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. There's some of these mysteries that I want to know.
I want to find this. I want to go to LBL between Kentucky and Tennessee. I want to find a specific camping place.
Hmm.
And I want to stay a night there.
Uh-oh.
Say LBL?
Yes, land between the lakes.
Ah.
It's between Kentucky and Tennessee. It's a national forest created in the 60s by JFK.
So like in the Appalachians, big time.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So in
Have
the
fun out
80s,
there.
in the 80s there was a
Dog.
This is-
Almost heaven. West
in the 80s,
Virginia.
there was a event where a family of 4 was killed by something.
Dog man.
This
Yeah,
was
you don't.
this was
Don't fuck
covered
around
up.
with the Appalachians, man. Even the people that live there know better.
Blue
Yeah, the
Ridge
moonshiners,
Mountains.
But it would be
But-
a really pretty place to see.
Slayer.
Backwoods
Oh.
guys doing stuff they shouldn't, and if you stumble across it, you're dead.
Oh. by the way,
No
the last game I
sandwich.
played last night, doing some late night Halo, with some
It's
small
just-
holla.
We have that problem in Washington too. There's areas you don't want to go.
Oh yeah, Bigfoot. Bigfoot.
Down.
I have been hearing some disturbing reports coming from Washington State.
Oh, we got all sorts of spooky stuff here.
Bigfoot.
Yeah, but I heard a report where a homeless encampment was attacked by something.
Something in the field.
It was probably an asshole. Is probably.
Yeah.
Oh, did you want this, Kevin? Here, take it. You can have it. You're better with it than me. Go get it. Don't kill us, Woofy.
Enemy has active camo.
Wow. Nice
Somebody
shot.
Kill that
The
fucking
art-
banshee.
Working on it. Working on it.
Marked that right over the hill perfectly, just to hit me.
Stop, Woofy. Stop. Wait. There you go. Yeah. There you go. Oh, no.
No, wrong
You
side.
gotta keep me in view of the Banshee,
Right side,
Woofy.
Kev.
Don't drive in there like an ass, though, because you put us out of position. You gotta keep me in view of the Banshee, though. Oh, tank right there. Get out of the way. Hide. Getting hosed.
Where the fuck did that shitbag come from?
No idea, man. No idea. But
Need a better gun.
And out of my fucking brain. Yippee.
No, not that one. Sure. Mando.
if you want to grab it, you can have it.
I don't want it, you can have it. It's too fat for me. Look up BR. Is there a BR on this map somewhere? Oh, there it is.
Oh, fuck. We're dead. Get out. I'm dead.
Right next to me. How about that?
Country roads take me home
You
to
guys
the place I belong. West Virginia.
Skewer mid. Enemy has skewer. Cloak.
Get your dumb bitch.
Got you on this one.
Oops. Oh yeah, sure. I'll drive. Hey, don't be a butthead this time. Drive good, okay? Let's go. What are you laughing at, Timo?
Don't be a butthead this time. Ah, yes.
Oh.
Let me
Here,
look at my
actually,
calendar.
let me drive, Woofy. Let me drive. You gun. You gun. Let me drive. You gun. You gun.
You gun. You gun. No,
Are,
you rumor.
are you still watching?
all gun.
All right, you gun. I'm gonna run. You gun. I run. Country roads Take me home. I'm dead. It's a good thing I got out to the place. I belong. West Virginia.
Get the Banshee with a grenade.
Oh, that was a thing. Wolfie, we exploded.
He says LOL.
Fuck you, dragon. I made you go extinct once, now I will make you go extinct again.
Fuck.
If I'm honest with you, 90% of these Fortune maps are garbage.
2 in the center hill.
This, I love this map. I'm just sad that it's not Small Holla, and I'm sad that there's no sandwich.
Yeah, so
like
what's
the
up with the
map,
sandwich? I looked
but
for it last night.
The sandwich has been removed from gameplay because there was a problem found when they put the new mode into the game. The new mode, the assault mode, with single bomb and neutral bomb, or double bomb and neutral bomb. It was found that if you unlocked the sandwich cave and you took the bomb up onto the glacier lake, that it was found that you could throw the bomb into the water and the bomb would not respawn, so it became game breaking, and then it was just a regular slay fest with no objective, and it was reported as a bug. And instead of trying to parse out the problem or fix the problem, they just removed the sandwich and all of the scripting attached to it entirely.
Like even the melee weapon sandwich? That's lit.
Correct. Yep. Correct. So I was able to spend some time with the actual forger who made the sandwich, and we worked with them to make the sandwich cave, to come up with that idea to get sandwich rain.
Tank is coming back.
Tank is coming back, Roger. That's Oakham, yeah. That's correct. It's Oakham. And so we talked to him a little bit. As of last night, he had some communication with 343 directly in some emails, and was in the process of recreating just the Small Holla map with the sandwich and the sandwich rain only. So you'll still be able to shoot it down, and you'll still be able to get the 200 seconds of sandwich rain with the 8-bit song. But it will be it will be looked at and tested separately, possibly, and if it is accepted, then we may see it reintegrated again in in that, at least that capacity, in the next 2 or 3 updates if we're lucky.
Do we have any idea if this map has the repair field?
No, it hasn't.
This one does not. Not in this mode.
No.
It does have a repair field, but not in this mode.
I hate this map so fucking much. It's so shit.
I love this map so much. It's so beautiful.
Don't hold anything back. It's important.
You keep your
Whoever
hands
made this
off
map
my
deserves-
sandwich,
deserves
Chief.
to
Yeah.
be-
Go ahead.
Whoever made this map deserves to be thrown and quartered.
I love it. I love this map. It's beautiful. It's great. It is full of the awesome.
I just like the fact that they recreate this map without the original.
Whoopie, die. Drive. Go.
I'm surprised we haven't got a remake of Blood Gulch again.
Wow. This is cool. Hey, guys. Look at the... I didn't even die. Oh, it let me keep all my shit. That's cool. I was under the map, in the ground.
Nice.
How hard did they hit you?
I was trying to board that Banshee, and it exploded before I got to it, so it, like, boarded me into the rotting carcass of the Banshee.
Goofy, please drive better.
Huh.
Right on my X.
I deserve that.
You know what
So...
the helmet was?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I'm up where the helmet is on Small Hollow. That's right. Up there. There's a guy up there now on my body.
Oh yeah.
Did they take that out too? Or is
Uh,
that still up?
well, this is Big Hollow. This
Oh,
is
this
the
Valhalla, right?
yeah,
This
this is the Valhalla remake, so it wouldn't be here. But yeah, like I said, I wasn't. It was yeah. So to answer your question, Woofy, you used to be able to shoot the sandwich off of in Small Hollow. There was a sandwich on the top of that tower, the Lakeside Tower, and then what?
Guys, you gotta
On in
start
our
from moving
base?
into our base.
Yeah, there's a guy in the base killing people. I'll try to kill him.
Shotgun. Enemy below us. Shotgun.
There's also a tank in there.
Oh, so
Grab behind you.
so on this end, on the lakeside, there would be a. I'm in a hog waiting for a driver.
I
So-
saw these mappies.
Enemy
these
at our.
mappies just so
I got
fucking
you.
shit.
So on the
Spawns because we're being crushed.
yeah, we are. They pushed us hard into our spawn. So on the lakeside at the top of the tower in Small Hall is a sandwich. Well, it's not anymore, but you used to be able to see a sandwich up there. You can still ping the tower and it'll say sandwich. So originally the sandwich is just put up there as an Easter egg that you could see. And then the idea was like, what if we made the sandwich where you could knock it off the tower? And so Oakham did that, and instead, then a sandwich would spawn in the middle of the map. It would fall from the sky and land in the middle of the map. So then we said, and you could pick it up if it was there for 30 seconds as a weapon that you could pick up, but then it would despawn. So then we said, well, what happened if we could make it permanent? And Oakham found a way to assign words to it. So you could say, so not only when you spawned it, it would say extra crispy. No, it would say special delivery, and the sandwich would fall from the sky, and it would say sandwich, like labeled sandwich, so everybody could then see it. And then we said, well, what if you, we got some kills with it, and we said, what if you got 3 kills, then you could have an 8-bit sound play, and that was Sandwich Rain. And then it got really ridiculous because he was like, okay, so once you get 1 kill, we should make Tiny Slayer. So once you got 1 kill with it, you used to be able to unlock 6 buttons in the map. There was 1 behind each tower. There was 1 in the waterfall, 1 on my helmet spot, and then 1 at the Pelican, which is a paper plane in Small Hollow, and 1 at the Forerunner wall where there's the confetti on the base of the wall. Those are all the little Easter eggs, and you push those buttons, and it would immediately activate Tiny Slayer. So you'd get smaller and smaller and smaller the longer the game would go, until the game was over. Whatever mode it was, it worked in Slayer mode. I believe it worked in Husky Raid. Worked in all the modes. And then we were like, well, what if it was even better than that? So Oakham was like, well, I can have this like pillar rise up out of the water out of the rocks over here, and you'd go and hack the pillar. And after 30 seconds of hacking the pillar, a boulder in the side of the mountain by the Forerunner wall would roll down into the ground, and there'd be a cave inside with a giant sandwich that had the Red Gears logo on the top. Shout out to the Red Gear. Anyway, so then if you crouched in the back of the sandwich, you would enter the sandwich and be teleported to the glacial lake that broke the game when you played Assault. Because if you took the bomb up there and threw the bomb in the water, then the game was broken. Who's responsible for the leprechaun ball? I don't know. I'm just saying the Assault broke it. And because the bug was reported, I guess it was reported twice, once by Oakham and I don't know who else, but because it was reported, they didn't fix it. They just took it away from us, and that was the punishment for being awesome, I guess. Hopefully we'll get it back. Sounds like they're working with Oakham to try to figure it out, so we'll see.
When it's introducing the map and the creator's name, what is Oakham's name? You know?
OKOM?
Right, but like, so that would show up for the map creator?
Yeah, it should be. I'm pretty sure he's...
It didn't last night.
Okay.
It was something like Halo Maps or some shit like that.
Halo Fun Time, maybe?
Yes.
Halo,
That's what it was.
Halo Fun Time.
Yeah.
All right, Nikki, have fun.
Halo Fun Time, another generator or creator you guys know, or is that?
That's a
Like-
server. That's a whole
Okay.
server.
Give us a bunch of morons as the enemy team, not some sweaty bastards.
Yeah,
They're
Funtime is a collective of modders, and
Give us brain dead people.
that's one of.
they're a partnered server with us. They're really great server. They're in the recommended discords, I believe.
Who's the foreigner? Is that Supreme Commander?
Who's the what?
Foreigner.
The foreigner. There's a bunch of there's a bunch of foreigners. Timo and Krampus are both from other countries.
Okay, I just need to bring up the volume on some people and just try to figure out who it is.
Hola, 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 hola.
¿Cómo está?
Olo.
Yes. I don't speak that language, but yes.
YOLO.
Yeah, sure.
Hola, me
That's a
llamo
very good,
López.
bad
Soy
Japanese,
un roboto de pasado.
All right. Which building are they having a husky raid in right now?
What?
Bitch.
I did quickly.
Fuck. Enemy has cloaked
Bye,
enemy. Just
Kevin.
walked past me.
Oh yeah, he stabbed me.
Cloaked enemy
He's
going into
cloaked.
base.
Yep. There's a motorcycle up here.
Cloaked, going up the stairs.
This guy up, you got him. He did.
Yeah. Fuck that guy. And everyone around him.
Plasma grenades at plus.
Look, special grapple. They're so. Oh fuck. Nope.
Power weapon inbound. Another one down.
I'm watching the flag. Two guys coming through the mid.
Weapon available.
Look, diminish of hope.
Yeah, I was trying to diminish some hope, but I got diminished instead.
Yeah, the diminish of hope has been diminished.
Fuck you, Boba Fett.
Fuck, someone's behind me. Cover.
Fucking shitty ass Star Wars character.
Get on the flag.
Flag drop.
There's 3 there. 2 visible, 1 invis. Off to the right.
Yeah, well, no, they got it. Crap, invis somewhere around here.
Oh god, I've already fucked it up.
What? I.
Fuck you, Guardian.
That'll work.
Happy to solve my rule.
Damn it.
Some shitty ass Destiny character.
Hey Siri, did the Mariners win today?
Played already?
10 innings today.
Yes!
It's 11-7.
The Mariners won 11-7 in 10 innings. Yes, good job, Mariners.
Early game.
Yeah, it was. It's a travel day. They were in Cincinnati.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
What the
Swords,
fuck
swords
can I
everywhere.
hit that bastard in the face?
Be there in a second.
There's 5 of them on their flag.
Yeah. Let's wait.
3 of them on.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
One good nade.
Over here.
One good nade could change the world.
They're pushing up. Fuck.
A napalm nade.
My hammer.
Fuck you.
Oh shit, I'm dead.
Yeah. Oh, they got at least 1 hammer, maybe 2. Oh, are they on the flag?
Don't stop believing.
Fell off with it? No.
Invisible right there.
Hold on to
fucking-
that feeling.
Fuck you, that
And I
guy
literally
couldn't
mean
go.
skimmed the boundary at the bottom.
Yeah, I self-destructed and carried him with me, so.
Street lights, this invisible guy. 3 dudes pushing the base. Oh, he stuck his buddy.
Goodness.
Flag drop.
Emo, no.
I mean,
He stuck it in his
You
buddy.
kid.
yeah, they're going up. At least 2.
They got me. They're on the flag. There you go. Good job, Kevin. Never mind.
Do they need some ammo?
Flag.
Yeah, 3-0.
That was
Nobody's on our
bullshit. I'm dead.
flag. They are still pushing though.
I did. Get the grapple.
Hey,
Hey,
Jimmy,
David.
who's playing tonight? Is anybody playing hockey tonight?
Depends.
What do they got to lose?
3 mid.
Fuck you,
Dropping.
Guardian.
We're playing the Capitals, who have already locked their division spot in first, so it's really just a practice game, really. They're both in the playoffs by points at this point. It's just a game that was pre-scheduled.
Cloaked. Go to camo.
What time's the game?
7:30 Eastern.
4:30.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a couple other games, but none of them that matter.
Fuck
Gotcha.
you, Wolf, you bitch! Your mother is a bastard.
You gonna be around, or what are you doing tonight?
As far as I know, it might be.
Don't need help.
Unless I get dragged out. Yeah, the wife and I
Our
went to
enemy is
trivia
close.
last night
Mm.
to dinner, and
Mhm.
then the bar we went to where they were playing trivia,
Mm-hmm.
I walked in, they handed me a
Fuck,
beer.
I swear to
I didn't even
fucking
order it.
God.
Well, that's
That's how
cool.
much of a regular I am. They know what
there's
beer
one
I
more in our
drink.
base, with the clothes. Behind
And
you.
then they
Oh!
proceeded to ignore
No,
us
this-
for 45 minutes and never took our food order.
Don't worry about it.
Wow.
So we just paid our bill and left. Didn't even play trivia.
Wow.
Pissed off about it.
Free beer? Was it a free beer?
No, I paid for the beer.
Oh, so you didn't order it, they handed it to you, and you were kind enough to pay for it anyway.
Yeah, even though they basically, it was weird because we walked in and sat down, got our beers and our drinks, and then they ignored us. And then people came in after us, sat literally right next to me. They took their food order and their drink order and brought them their food before they never even came back to ask us if we were hungry.
Come on.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we just let them know we were unhappy, paid our bill, and left.
Well, that
Fuck you,
that sucks.
fucking illusion.
It was alright. It ended well anyway.
Your mother is Russian.
That's rough.
Yeah,
Duh.
it happens. It's a busy night for them, trivia night at the bar.
Oh,
And
hello,
they already-
LB.
Emma over.
Hi, LB.
It was just confusing to me. But no,
Yeah,
tonight, I think
Yeah.
I'm
One
playing.
climbing up. One climbing up.
I think I'm playing Nintendo Switch games with my
Minus.
wife.
Oh. Okay.
And, got the bearer.
Excuse me. Sorry, awesome guys. I didn't mean to sneeze all over you. Wow, that was terrible. Like, share, and subscribe if you like seeing Spartan John's brains be scrambled from sneezes.
Oh, I've got a plan for you, my friend.
Who, me?
Oh,
Me and Wolfie about to make the magic happen.
oh.
One
Get out,
swinging.
Wolfie.
That's gonna hurt more in the moment.
Go, Jimmy. Jimmy, get down here. Jump in front of me. Jump in front of me. Grab it and jump in front of me. Oh, I'm dead. God damn it, I got stabbed. I was waiting for you to jump so I could hammer you across the map. I was right underneath you and you jumped out and then I couldn't hammer you.
I think I hold them off long enough.
Tried to ram me and it didn't work.
Yeah, we got it. We got it. Nice.
Hammering dudes.
A lot of people coming.
Hammer's on the way.
Cool.
Is there a difference in the swords of the maps?
Yes.
Yes.
There's one duelist sword.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
That's okay.
Invisible guy coming into our base. He's at the bottom. He's going up the stairs.
I'm
He's
flag.
right behind you, Kevin.
Yep, I see him, I see him, I see him. We got each other.
I'm with you, big buddy. Let's rock.
Oh, nice. Flag went into sea.
Send it. Let's go, Wolfie.
Fuck. I got a question for you. Do you like it when I stab
Fuck,
dudes?
not even take that fucker's skin off.
One going up.
Haha.
Invisible on our stairs again, dude. Putting cloaks in a game that's
Obi
primarily
coming in
based
towards
on
the base.
swords is probably the single most upsetting part of this gameplay for me. Like letting them turn invisible in a game where everybody's carrying swords is, it's not cheeky, it's rude.
Bitch.
Take it, returning.
Bitch. Bitch. Oh, damn it. That was a kill tack with a sword. That was awesome. What's up, What's up, Iniuwu? How you doing, buddy? Everybody, installation. Ooh woo.
No touches, no touches. He's on it, they're gonna touch
They've got
again.
a hammer. They've got a hammer. Going for the warthog.
Fuck you, Boba Fett.
I died.
That was the longest return I think I've ever seen in flag history.
Bobo flat.
Boba Fett. F-A-T.
They're chasing you.
Yeah, that's what I said. Bulba flat. Like as in the T.
Okay,
Bulba
left
flat.
side.
Oh, invisible coming up to the stairs.
Enemy captured our flag.
Got
Bitch.
him, Invisible's dead.
Bitch, I said what I said. I'd rather be famous instead die. Yes!
Had to
Oh,
like
she's a
Spider-Man
double.
out of the city. GG's.
I got 2 captures.
Nice job, Kevin.
Show
I'm
off.
surprised. I'm surprised that you got 2 captures, seeing as you can't figure out where the flag goes in Husky Raid.
Oh!
It made you guys move, didn't you?
Hmm.
You just don't understand that Gen X thinking.
Hmm.
Whatever, Boomer.
Whatever, boomer.
That's the generation before me.
I have reached.
You're close. You're close enough.
Don't riz me while I'm gooning.
Oh, no.
Don't. No.
James.
Don't goon me while I'm risen.
You know how to fix that. Find a fork and stick it in the fucking outlet real quick for me.
Every day, John is
Or
getting
left toaster
closer to
bath.
taking a bath with a fucking
It's
toaster.
Toaster.
Mm-hmm.
Live
One
by
more.
the best.
That's right.
How old are you, James?
40.
Old enough to know.
All those old people here, damn.
Oh, back to the bowling conversation, Martin. Do you not like bowling, really?
What about rockin' bowling?
How do you not like enjoying sticking 3 fingers in 3 holes of a round object and chucking it down 100-foot of lane to some pins that are scared of you? I think it's 100 feet. Might be less than 100 feet. As a matter of fact, I'm going to say it's 68 feet. Hey Siri, what is the length of a standard bowling alley lane?
The length of a standard bowling alley lane is 60 feet. It measures from the foul line to the pins.
There you go.
This answer is from starsandstrikes.com. For more, say open this on iPhone.
No, thank you. Because I have more important things to do than go bowling? Dude, bowling, you get to drink beer and throw the ball angrily at pins. It's great. And if you can't bowl at least your weight in score, you're a terrible bowler. You gotta at least bowl your weight.
I mean,
That explains
Sort
why
of
I'm a
high
bad bowler.
very long metric. Because one is easier than the other.
Look, if you can bowl bigger than your weight, then you're a really good bowler. Example, look at Patrick Belmonte. He's a professional bowler. guy weighs like 230 pounds. His average is like 272 pins per game. It's a good score. It's a good ratio. When Spartan John weighed more, he bowled less good compared to his weight. Cosmic bowling is awesome. I enjoy rock and bowl because then you get to bowl and there's like, you know, paralysis lights going on in the bowling alley and they're playing loud music like Duran Duran.
He's not again.
God, not again. No. No.
Dude, I love John Wick City. Cyberpunk City.
The map itself isn't bad, but it could be a different mode.
Yeah, they don't have anything else on this mode. It's just Castle. I
Oh.
think it's just Castle Wars on this map. And I put Castle Wars in the rotation, so he had like something else. He's a 4 out of a 10. I'm just saying, Martin, we should go bowling or golfing when you come out. I guess I could take you go-kart racing. We could go up to PGP. They race in the rain.
Got one.
But they make right and left turns. Because they're go-karts.
I might confuse some people.
Forces have seized the enemy flag.
Oh fuck, cloaked. Right side of our base. Coming up, enemy on flag.
Fuck you, Aussie.
Carry. Kill.
Enemy cloaked on flag. Near flag.
No! God damn it.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, Wolfie says he has variants of this map. I saw that.
What sort of variants there, Wolfman?
Yeah, what kind of variants do you have, Wolfie? He has the cuddle variant. Friendship. The friendship mode.
I have a hammer
I hate
on our
this other guy
flag.
so fucking much.
Going for camo.
I think Nikki's home.
Uh-oh. Trouble now.
Dog is going ballistic.
You tell her to go back to work, goddammit. She can't be home yet. The awesome isn't over.
Yeah, fuck you,
No,
Firehound.
I think she'd get mad at me for that one.
You owe the man 7 more minutes, Nikki. 7 more. I'm just kidding.
She's gonna kick me off. It's just, the dog, yeah, is generally not acting like this.
No, I know. I'm just giving her a hard time. You owe the man 7 more minutes, Nikki. 7 more minutes. Where'd that asshole? No!
I
I'm
would
getting-
rather she gets home right as you're
Wolfie, there's a guy on our flag.
Oh,
who
does
somehow
she?
just withstood a fucking hammer to the face.
It's okay.
God.
I don't feel bad. I'm glad that she's able to spend the time with us from work because that's awesome. If I help her
Fuck you,
day
you
be
fucking
like
bitch.
even a little bit better, that makes me feel so good.
Ooh.
Go to a 1930s building and take a deep inhale.
You know, it's people helping people. And that girl is really awesome. I love her to death. She's such a kind person. Considering that she put up with me when I was in my youth, which when I watch my son talk to people makes me think twice about some of the things I used to say. Like
Yeah, no, she's an amazing woman.
unfiltered honesty. Like my wife calls it absolute candor with no tact because I will just be like, you know,
Fuck you, behind you guys.
yeah, kind of like that. Fuck you behind you guys, hammer. It's kind of like that, yeah. It's no, like Nikki will tell you,
Cloaked.
she'll be like, used to be able to ask John a question and John would just tell you what he thinks. Like, my wife was telling me about this yesterday. I told her that I thought I had gotten better at this a little bit.
How the fuck has he survived that? Fuck you,
He's-
Aussie, you bitch. I hope
You
you
fucking will.
get an
He's
inhalation.
dead. I avenged you.
Fuck that guy. I swear to God, I can't kill him for some fucking reason.
It's okay. I was your hero. I avenged you. I was your Ben Solo for just a minute, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Ben Solo. Ish.
Wait, did you just make a Star Wars reference?
Yeah, man.
I thought you were a Trekkie.
Whoopie-doo.
I'm a Trekker, but that doesn't mean I can't like Star Wars too.
Whoopie-doo.
It's just generally not a thing. You,
I mean-
you absolutely can. I'm just
Excuse me.
they're generally not mutually liked.
I touched it again.
Grab it. No, I ran out of boost on the hammer.
People.
Yeah, man, it's totally cool. You can be a Star Wars fan and a Star Trek fan at the same time. There's room for both. Star Trek is clearly the better one, but I mean, that's my opinion, and you don't have to like that either.
No, I don't like the way Star Wars is gone. It used
I
to
mean-
be great. Now it's
Yeah, that's true.
Running, Kevin.
I mean, I would
Oh,
agree that
funny.
that's true. Hi. I'll
Behind
take
you guys,
this.
He's chasing. Run, Johnny
You
boy.
ain't chasing shit. I know all about parkour because Oakham taught me.
wee.
Had to make sure you were okay.
Thanks.
Your base.
Yep.
Flag captured. Look at that. And we got a win, and there's 5 minutes left in the awesome, so we can talk some shit and then sign off, and we don't have to worry about playing another match. That was nice that match was as short as it was, actually. So check it out. Yeah, no. Again, Star Wars. I like Star Wars, too. Han shot first, by the way. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And if you don't know what I'm talking about, then you don't like Star Wars, I think.
I know what you're talking about.
No, I'm just talking to all the, the viewers out there in the, in the planet. But yeah, no, Star Trek first, and I'm always a Captain Kirk. Captain Kirk was my favorite. Despite William Shatner's, not greatness. I'm actually, I feel it. My wife was a Picard, but we have endured the original series together for from the beginning to the end, and she has watching with us. She's become a Kirk. She sees why.
So she likes camp.
No, I don't think so. I think that. I think
I'm
that.
not saying camp is a bad thing.
No, that's not it at all. I think that I told her, I said I explained to her, I said if you like the original series, you take the original series as a story of, Kirk and Spock and McCoy, and these are the three friends, and of course they have Scotty, and they have Sulu, and they have Chekhov, and they have Uhura, and then they have the ship, the Enterprise itself, which is sometimes a character. It's used as a character, although it doesn't have character. It is imbued character because the crew is on the ship, and they treat it like it's a woman, like we treat cars and boats and airplanes and things like that. Anyway,
Right.
But it's the stories and the way that they build those characters and what they're doing. You could call it campy. I mean, to someone who just watches
I mean, more
a few episodes.
character-wise, not how.
No, I mean, if
Limitations to when it was made. I mean, like, where Kirk is a good job. He's a fine captain, but I mean, maybe it's just because of Shatner and how he portrayed it. I call it more camp.
no, I mean,
Not even traditional, like, whereas Picard is refined.
no. I mean, here's
It might
the
be the wrong word.
Here's the thing, though. I mean, like, you have to go back and you have to watch it from the beginning, and you have to understand that it's not about Picard being more refined. You have to take it in the context that it is. Star Trek, when Captain Kirk exists, there's no peace with the Klingons. There's no peace with the Romulans. There's a neutral zone. This is the beginning. This is the Federation as it has grown 150 years after the Federation began. This is a time that Picard has the luxury of enjoying in the history text only. And when you consider it in that text and then in that context, and then you look at those characters and you look at the stories that they tell and the way that they play humanity upon itself, and how they, the enemy within, you have two Kirks torn apart by a transporter. A bad, evil one and a good one that is feeling and soft. And we learn that with those two sides, we create a whole you. And that you need both of those things fighting with each other internally, because separate they can't survive. separately. You know, it's all of these little thoughts, right? And these are just the footsteps that Picard gets to play off of then. The entire first and part of the second season of Next Generation are recycled episodes directly from the original series. Just played with different characters from a little bit different perspective. It's really interesting. I would love to talk about this with you more, but we have to get going. And I of course will talk about this with you guys more, including you guys out there in the awesome. Hey, check it out. For Timo, for the Halo Collector, for Installation 00 who stops by, he is the best. I wish he would go bowling or golfing or both. Check it out. Yeah, Andy. I will be 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. Okay, so I'm going to take a break. My wife is gone to the ocean with Jack. I'm going to find out what's going on with my daughter, Oliver. She is out with her boyfriend right now. I don't know if I have to go get her or what. I don't know. But I have no problem driving the Bronco out to find her if I do, because, you know, the Bronco. If not, I'm going to eat some food, and I'm going to come back here to the Discord, and I'm going to watch this game with hopefully Jimmy, unless he's going out. And you guys can come and hang out. Unfettered access. Halo will still be played, I'm sure. There's a lot of fun stuff that we always do. Come and be part of it. That's in the Discord. Thank you to Installation 00 for Ambient Wonders. Go follow that on YouTube. It's the music that we use every week when we read. It's so helpful. It's Halo music, and it's great for everything. Come and find us tomorrow at 10. I'm going to be here. We're going to play Halo. It's going to be a Friday. We're just going to be fucking around with a bunch of our friends. Hopefully we'll get some Husky Raid in tomorrow. And, you know, it's always awesome. Fridays are really awesome because of you guys. The energy is so great on a Friday. And it's been a good week because we bought a Bronco and everybody's been here. Like, just amazing. Thank you, Woofy, for stopping by. We'll try to get a hold of you. Maybe test one of your maps. Again. Maybe tomorrow. Anybody got anything else before we get out of here?
Yeah, absolutely. If you live in Washington, Western Washington especially, do yourself a favor, get outside and enjoy some sunshine.
Oh, shit, yeah, definitely. And catch us at SummerCon. That's the next big con we're going to. It's in June. I don't know what day it is, but we'll figure it out. I'll figure it out and let you know. Don't forget to check out our tournament. I'll have pay information for you guys to put your teams together and come and join that thing. And that's also in June.
See ya.
I'll see you later, Timo. All right, guys. I'm awesome. You're awesome. Be awesome. Stay awesome always. And we'll see you here tomorrow at 10 Pacific, where it's always awesome because of you guys. Come join the Spartan Space. It's awesome. You guys helped make it. Can't do it without you. We'll see you. Bye-bye.